The Economic Development Committee meeting of the 12th of March. We've got public forum, but before we go into that, we will just go through the housekeeping. And for those that are maybe new to the building, toilets are out the doors you came in and to the right. Fire evacuation, you leave the building via the stairs indicated by the exit signage and assemble on the footpath in front of the Night and Day of the Corner and Princess and again. Alternately, assemble point on the footpath of Moray Place by the DPAG car park. Please follow the instructions of the fire wardens. Earthquake procedures, remain in the building, it's safer. Move away from the windows and any furniture which may topple. Take shelter under solid furniture such as tables and hold on. Lock wheels on any mobility aid. If you do require assistance in the event of an evacuation, please advise the Governance Support Officer. In all cases, follow instructions given by the fire warden, civil defence officers and emergency services. So thank you. So we'll get into the public forum. Can I invite Stephanie Ashton and Scott Ho to come and talk to us on international studies and Project China. They are two separate, but we're going to sort of bring them together because I think there's some crossover. So, and I'm also going to invite up Liz Gold from Bayfield High School, who's here to support Stephanie Ashton. Yep, all three of you. Thank you. Gold. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So, Stephanie, you go first. So, Miss Ashton, you go first, and then because there is so much overlap, I think it's good to have you, all three of you, at the table on that basis. So, the next 5 minutes is yours, and then Scott will have 5 minutes as well.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Steph Ashton. I'm the Deputy Principal of Queen's High School, and I was lucky enough to go to the delegation to Shanghai last year. Scott was there, but also Mark Jones, who's the Principal of Bayfield, and Liz Gold, who is the Director of the International Students of Bayfield. So we went on behalf of, from our perspective, we went on behalf of the other principals and deputy principals and schools in Dunedin. So as you can see on the first slide, that's just an example of pretty much what every day in a fortnight looks like. For us, we actually went to a significant number of schools. Most of the schools were either previous sister school relationships with schools in Dunedin, other than Bayfield and Queen's. I actually had the privilege of re-signing our MOU with our sister school, but we actually met every day with schools, sometimes multiple high schools and middle schools. That either have connections with. I think the only intermediate school that was kind of covered in Dunedin was my local one, but basically they were all the high schools across Dunedin to reconnect. I didn't really understand the significance of it until I went. I knew it was important, but when I went, the significance from the Chinese perspective was the fact that at every single hui that we had, there was a member of the Communist Party. And as an ex-history teacher, I understand how that's important. So the relationship between us and them is so important that they would have a member of the Communist Party at every single signing and every single hui. And I'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. So basically, the things that kind of stood out from a school or education point of view was basically the relationship, or what we would refer to in New Zealand as manaakitanga. There's obviously been 30 years of sisterhood between Dunedin and Shanghai, but particularly in the last 10 years, having talked to the Principals Collective in Dunedin, that's when we've had significant numbers of students coming to Dunedin high schools. Obviously, COVID put a spanner in the works in regards to that, and that's one of the reasons that my school in particular said we actually need to release you for 2 weeks in a very busy term and send you at our own expense to Shanghai to rekindle that, because the numbers had significantly dropped off. Like most things, And certainly how we run our school it's about relationship and connections, and to actually go back and connect and to have a face-to-face hui with key stakeholders in Shanghai has been incredibly important. And as a result of that, we've had a resurgence of students coming back to Queen's, which is awesome. It's short stay and long stay, and it certainly was an opportunity to network with our brother and sister kind of relationships. We have a close relationship with King's, which is right next door to us, our brother school, and we also have a really good relationship with Bayfield, which is our local co-ed school. Dunedin, I've actually had the privilege of working in 6 schools across New Zealand. In Auckland, I've taught in 4 schools, Hamilton 1, and now I'm back in Dunedin, where I actually went to school myself. And the thing that's really significant about Dunedin in comparison to other cities is the fact that there is not the competition element. I taught in Auckland from low decile to high decile, and the competition factor is huge. The great thing about Dunedin is that you can actually go to any local high school and have an excellence education, and the principals and the DPs and the APs as well have really strong networks, and we don't compete with each other. That's actually a really defining thing, and we're really supportive of each other and the needs of our individual school. The other thing that I kind of noticed was the fact that it's not just about the connections with high schools. When young people come to our city, they want the whole package experience. And I did not know that. I've obviously been to our local Chinese gardens quite a few times for myself and when I have visitors. But the fact that I got the chance to go to Hugh Gardens and see the significance and the relationship between that, I was actually quite mind blown. But more importantly, I was really mind blown about the relationship between the polytechs and particularly the universities. 2 top universities in Shanghai have a very strong relationship with the university, and I didn't know that, even though I am a graduate of the university. And particularly our dental school is raved about. I mean, absolutely raved about overseas. And I obviously am quite biased. I'm 4th generation Otago graduate, and I love my city and love my university, but I didn't realise the significance of that. And that's certainly given me a different perspective on actually how I view the connections with our university and encouraging, in my case, my girls to go there. I think that, as I've mentioned, the student numbers is significant, and we've had a real resurgence. We've probably doubled our numbers, which for a small school, we are a fast-growing school at the moment, as some of you might be aware, but that's actually really, really important to us. I think the other thing is that, and if we'd had more time, we could have actually showcased the videos that we showcased about our school, but at each of the Bayfield one and the Queen's one, we actually showcased our city, because the girls don't just, in our case, the girls don't just come to Queen's for the Queen's experience, they actually come for the extracurricular experience. So that's all the activities that we do outside of school hours, it's our sport, it's also the field trips, it's also the visits that the host families take them on. And so for us in particular, all our international students, whether they're short or long stay, do significant tourist events in Dunedin, but also Otago. And that's really, really important. One of the schools we went to, Kaikorai Valley High School's sister school, and we met a young man who had actually gone on an international exchange to KVC when I think he was in year 12, and he's now the deputy principal of one of the schools that we visited, and his experience was incredible. He had such fondness. On his phone, he still had a picture of his host family, and that's 10 years ago. I'm not sure I have on my phone a photo from 10 years ago. Maybe on Facebook, but definitely not on my phone. And he certainly talked about not only the experience with the host family, but he also talked about the experience of Dunedin. And he mentioned quite a few of the key things about Dunedin and Otago. And as a consequence, he's actually keen to bring kids out to New Zealand this year. So it goes back to the importance of manaakitanga.
Steph, will you take a breath?
Yep. I'm used to talking this fast in class.
Yes, you are. You have gone over time, but I'm going to give you some leeway, because some of the stuff you've covered, I'm sure, has just answered some questions.
Yep.
But just conscious of time, and then we'll go straight into Scott, and then we'll take questions after that.
Yeah, apologies. I'm used to having the whole classroom. I think the biggest thing is that, and we can argue this. You know that schools are underfunded, and so international students, there is definitely one arm of that, and that's the economic value. And I just did a little survey of my deputy principals, and they said across Dunedin, they said it's about every school does it differently, and that's the beauty of it. But they provide additional funding, improvement to facilities, access to digital resources, because not everyone can afford a Chromebook, and it's the multicultural dimension about having connections outside of ourselves, and all of our schools are quite different, and that's really important to us. I think things like we were lucky enough to have the privilege of one of our teachers going to the sister city's Shanghai Summer Youth Camp in July last year. Jo Bishop Cherry. She's our economics teacher. She went on behalf of Columba and Queens, and we had 3 Columba girls and 2 Queens girls go on that. It was all expenses paid with the exception of the airfares, but everything for 14 days was paid for. For one of our young women, that was the first time anyone in her whānau had actually ever been overseas. It has actually locked in her love for the economics and business studies side of things. She now wants to go to university to do a commerce degree, and she is planning to go back to Shanghai with her family. And so it's that relationship and that significance, that was actually life-changing, and we certainly will be pushing it as a school for those girls to have that opportunity again. That's what we want. We just don't want one-off opportunities. I think the other thing that I have really noticed in my experience in my school is that if a young person comes for international exchange, even a short-term one, the experience is so positive they come back for a long-term one. And if they're here for a long-term one, they actually want to come or they want to stay and go to either our Polytech, which I think our Polytech is phenomenal, and also our university. So it's the long-term impact. It's not just the short-term one hit, say, for the school. It's actually that long-term partnership. I think that would be it, Andrew.
Thank you. Sorry. Scott, I will let you proceed on.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah. Thank you. No, this one. Sorry, no, this one. Morning, everyone. My name is Scott Ho, who is from Integrity Holdings Limited. My company specialized in education service. Since its establishment from 2013, we have successful recruit near 1,000 international students go to short-term students go to Dunedin, and another near 100 long-term students to study in Dunedin. From 2015, we began to recruit large group short-term students to enhance Chinese students' confidence. I invited John Christie and Hui from City Council to help us in welcoming visiting students and teachers. This initiative have to be very highly effective. So after the Chinese parents saw the photos from the media, they have more confidence, and our agents in China have interesting also, and they're happy to send more students to go to Dunedin for short-term, long-term studying. From 2016 to 2019, every year we host more than 100 short-term students, as well as some long-term students, and send them to different schools. Our company have maintains very close partnership with different schools in Dunedin, such as Bayview High School, Kings High, Queens High, Kakarate College, Terry College, and all these schools give us more help to host our students. For City Council, support us from the government side with endorsement of the City Council and because Chinese people trust the government, so with endorsement of the Dunedin City Council, they have more confidence to go to here. They found Dunedin is a very safe city. People here are very friendly. All these materials help them to have encourage them to send students here. Just now mentioned that from 2016 and 2019, we also cooperated with Dunedin City Council to help some Chinese schools to assist the school with different local schools such as Bayview High School, Kaiko Valley College, and Terry College. So we also hosted some teacher training groups from Guangdong. As we know, Qingyuan of Guangdong is a friendship city with Dunedin. So when our business partners saw the media, saw the photos, they found, oh, students can go to there, we will go to there. So we from 2017 to 2018, we host, I think there are 4 groups, 15 teachers each. Each time is 30 students, 30 teachers. I send them to Bayview High School and Kaiko Valley College. They spend 2 weeks in Dunedin. During the same time, John Christie and Hui and May and other city council staff will visit China in different cities, such as Shanghai, Beijing, Guangdong. So we do some promotion of this, increasing the understanding. All of these activities make Chinese people know more understanding about Dunedin. We can see the below photo. In 2017, John Christie and me and Joe from School of Pharmacy, we went to Chongqing and Chengdu, and we promote Dunedin. We promote University of Dunedin, University of Otago. This very successful. From last year, 2024, and this year, 2025, there are 45 university students spend 2 weeks in School of Pharmacy for short-term study. So when people come in, the local school, like Bayview High School and Kaiko Valley and Tahuna, gave them warm welcome, make them very comfortable. In 2019, I lead 11 Terry College students go to Shanghai. This opportunity not only gives students more knowledge about Shanghai, China, but also lifted them with unforgettable memory. In 2023, after border reopen, so we have 54 short-term students come in. In 2024, last year, this number increased more than 70. Last year, Mr. Andrew Valley and Liz from Bayview High School and Stephen from Queen's Highway and Hui and John Christie, we went to Shanghai. We visited different schools. Each school gave us warm welcome. So both schools, because this trip involved for city council from the government, so both schools want to send the students go to Dunedin. One school send 22 young kids to visit Dunedin this February. Another school want to come in, but I told them, sorry, no, we're fully booked. We have 4 groups. Yeah, this photo, you can see the homestay like the international student. The up photo is from Terry College. The homestay in the event of a farewell ceremony, the homestay and provided food and we have party with international students. And in the below photo, we can see Antony and Hui. We have set a meeting in Dunedin City Council with Beijing group. Many young kids very brave and ask Antony some questions. Yeah, this our, you can see this one in 2023, and we have 54 students coming, and next year more than 70, and this year only in February is more than 100. I have more confidence to have more people come in, so I can use this chance to thank Dunedin City Council and different schools to help us. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. I am conscious of time, so we've got a couple of questions already in the system. Councillor Walker and then Councillor Gilbert.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you very much for a great presentation. Your enthusiasm is infectious, I have to say. I'm glad you're not my teacher. First question is actually for you. You talked a lot about Hui, connections, relationships, and as we go through this paper today, I'm going to ask some questions about some of our council departments that don't do that. So can you just reiterate the absolute importance of that face-to-face relationship in terms of the accrued benefits down the line?
I think the issue is that we live in a society that's quite different to China, and just the way that we work. Though obviously the whole manaakitanga and having huis is very much part of our bicultural ethos. The issue is they need to trust us. It's actually a really big deal to send your young person at 12, 14, 16 away from home. It's one thing to do it across the country. It's another thing to do it across the world to a very different culture. They do really value the experience, international experience, as I think probably most people around this room would do that. And so I think it's about making those connections. They need to be able to see you face to face to know, do I trust the Deputy Principal of Queen's to send my daughter there, and will they be safe? That's a really big part of it. And we, Liz and I in particular, we went to a lot of dinners, but it was actually having conversations with potential parents about the fact that we would attempt to make sure that their kids were safe physically and mentally, and I think that's a really big thing. It's that relationship. The other thing is that often when they send their children to us, they fly independently, but most of the time the parents will come out, both the parents will come out and pick their child up, and so they then come for an extended holiday, and I think that's quite amazing because I'm not sure if we would all do that, but they definitely have that relationship is super important. And I've certainly learnt in 30 years of teaching and 3 DP roles that actually I get a much better relationship and uptake in what I need from a parent in particular if I invite them into my office and I sit with a cup of tea or coffee and chat with them than I do on the phone. And that I think that's the same with the Chinese relationship.
Brief question for Scott. Yeah, thank you, Scott. Also, you talked a lot about, you went back in the years and the numbers increased, I think 54, then now to over 100. So as you spoke, my question came to my head about what is the limit on numbers, and what are the limitations that exist now that stop those numbers increasing to a point where you think they would be, what's the sweet spot for numbers?
Yeah, good question. From my side, I think maybe I can host near 150 students per times. It's maximum. But to be honest, I still need local company for the help. Maybe in the future, I contact if some local company can help us to look after our students, it should be better. And for students, they want to learn English and learn different culture in Dunedin. And now they can use some device, something like translator. In this way, there are no more language barriers for them. And for the young kids, they can learn from your body language. So I hope in the future some local company can contact me and we talk about the itineraries. So I hope we can host 150 or 200 international students come in once. Our program is very, especially in two periods. One is January and February. Another one is July and August. It's Chinese school holiday. So yeah, well, I hope we can attract more students come in. Yeah, but yeah, and for other things, we still need help from Otago's Dunedin City Council. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. So I've got a list of questions from Councillor Gilbert, Houlihan, Gary and Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'm going to cut the questions off there because I've got one as well. And I also want to extend public forum past 30:30. So second to Deputy Mayor Lucas, thank you. Okay, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and thank you. Firstly, thank you for shedding some light on something that tends to fly a little bit under the radar. I think many people don't understand what goes on, and certainly they don't understand the relationship between little old Dunedin and Shanghai, and how it would be that Shanghai is coming to little old Dunedin. So thank you for shedding some light on that. Quick fire question though, the videos that you were talking about, if you'd had more time sharing, can you share them anyway? Can you, is there any way of getting them through via email, please? Thank you very much. Is there anything that, with the relationship, you talked about conferences coming in, and obviously the last year we had some local teaching conferences, specifically the CATE conference, the Career Advisors Transition. Is there anything that you would like to see happen that either hasn't happened or that you kind of think that would actually, you know what I mean? Is there anything specific that you would like to see happen that hasn't already?
I think one thing would actually be a teacher conference. So I think we forget actually, we're quite critical of our education in New Zealand. Maybe currently we're quite critical about it, but there's actually some amazing things we do, and Shanghai really values that. They don't see the negative stuff that maybe we're focusing on, like around literacy and numeracy. They actually think our pedagogy in particular is actually quite superb, and I got asked about that quite a bit. Mark and I got a chance to teach a class, and because we teach in quite a different way to quite a very conservative traditional kind of format of the classroom, the boys and girls absolutely lapped it up. So much so that we ended up signing autographs for like 300 kids, which is a little unusual. I'm just going to say, I don't think any girl has ever asked me for my autograph. But they actually really asked some amazing questions about that and wanted to know, how do we teach? What do we teach? It's the way we do it, which is the pedagogy. So I would love to see in Dunedin a group of teachers that would come here and actually would not only have a conference type of thing, but actually move around the schools, because we all do things slightly differently, and we definitely all have niches in our schools about what we're strong at, and something like that would be great. We did have a few years ago, there was a teacher at Bayfield College who actually went to Shanghai for 2 months, all expenses paid by Shanghai and including her family, so she went with their family for 2 months to teach in a Shanghai school, and they loved it, and it was around that whole teaching style. So I think that's something you could tap into, because what I've learnt with the Chinese is that they come in en masse. So they don't just come them, and so I think that's actually pretty significant, and I think that would certainly, I think we have to be competitive because we are competing with international students coming across New Zealand, and obviously Auckland takes a huge number of them, and so I think we need to be doing something that stands out and is a bit different.
So just to be clear, you're talking about an international teaching conference rather than just teachers from New Zealand coming around? Yep, cool. And you're quite right, I like some of my teachers, but I never thought of asking them for an autograph.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I, Scott, are you based in China?
I'm not based in
You're based here. Oh, good, good. When, students are looking to choose where to come to study in New Zealand, if they're looking at New Zealand, out of the whole of the country, what makes, I mean, I know lots of things, but what makes Dunedin a unique, somewhere that they want to come? What makes the difference? Why do they choose Dunedin over, say, Auckland or Wellington or Christchurch?
Okay, for students, most of our students, they have travel in North Island first, maybe spend about 2 days in Auckland, then go to Dunedin. They told me some difference between two cities compared with Dunedin and Auckland or Christchurch. Dunedin people are very friendly. People here, because we have small city and small community, and people here always, when we meet each other, the student told, it's very different because people here are very friendly. How say hey hi and shake hands, they hug each other, and it's very very different, very unique. And here, people here they help each other. For example, some. Our students always, most of them stay in homestay. For young kids, they starting in Tahuna, but maybe one day their homestay mom or father have no time. They ask neighbor to pick up students. Just tell them, hi, today I'm busy. Maybe ask some people to pick up you. Go home. So they told them, it's very strange, but it's very, very, very comfortable. And before people come here, they think, we don't we fear about dogs, cats, different animals. But when they arrive here, stay with homestay, they told me, I don't fear anything. So they're very friendly. The dog, cats, very friendly here. People they are home, and to be honest, now most Chinese students like KV foods, they like chips and hamburger, they like that. And after in the first maybe 1 or 2 days, they were strange, they were nervous. But after that, they were comfortable with homestay parents and comfortable with schools. For example, students, we have some students came to Bayfield High School. It's February, and some of told me, we don't want to stay in homestay. I fear about that. But finally, after 2 or 3 days, have travel in Queenstown, they told me, Scott, we changed our mind. We want to stay in homestay. So I contact with Liz. I asked her, Liz and Susan, the homestay coordinator, and can we arrange some students staying homestay as well? Liz, Susan told me, sorry, no way. We have fully booked. Yeah, we have no room for students. So yeah, all students after we return China, they always very positive feedback for Dunedin. They found Dunedin a very unique city. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all, and I call that the warm embrace of Utaputi, Scott. I just wanted to start by saying, as a parent who's sent her daughter across the other side of the world, as a former teacher, as the Chair of International Education in the City, thank you for all your mahi, and for mentioning the understanding you gained from actually going there. I had the same experience. You think you know until you go there. I have a question for you around the importance and support of the Study Dunedin team and the work that Council does to support you. Could you comment on that, please, Scott, and Liz and Steve?
For the government, I think Dunedin City Council. Sometimes I feel. Maybe I find often a little bit hard because I cannot handle the big group, so I need help from council. So I always contact Mr. Hui for the help, and he contact with John Christie before and Fraser and other staff give me Dougal, I think. They help me, Scott, don't worry about that. We can look after your students. When student come in, I host them in maybe one Chinese restaurant, and John Christie, Hui, and our Dougal, they always go to there and say hello to them and tell them, I'm from council, and you're welcome. You are here, and we can look after you. Don't worry about that. If you have any problem, just give me a call. So all this like students feel very comfortable. And for example, this time, one Beijing group, they asked me, oh, we want to go to council and talk with people there, and we ask some question. So I contact with Hui asked Anthony and for the help. So Anthony spent 1 hour to answer the question from students. All these things is first time. I think even in China, the students have no this kind of opportunity. But in New Zealand, they have, we can talk with people. We can talk with city council people from government. It's very unique for them. Yeah.
Thank you. And Steph?
So there's probably two things. I think the key things from last year would, if we didn't have council support and study Dunedin support, we would not have had that experience where the 3 Columba and 2 Queen's girls and the 1 Queen's teacher went to Shanghai, and I actually think that was life-changing. It certainly changed the life of one girl in particular in our school, but it's meant that already Joe Bishop Cherry has had inquiries from several kids wanting to go and do that this year, and I think that's a great thing for our school and for our rangatahi. I think the other thing is we wouldn't have the same connections with the sister schools if we hadn't gone to Shanghai last year, and that was thanks to the DCC. It's really, the education job is very time consuming and incredibly busy, so to have someone to coordinate and organise that for us and connect us with key people was very significant. The other thing that's come out of that is the fact that we've always had good relationships like with Bayfield, but to actually spend time with Liz and Mark and to talk about kind of what we want for the future for our young people, we're actually now looking at having, at the moment both schools have very strong football teams, and we're actually looking at doing a Shanghai or Beijing, it could be both, experience with doing a football exchange. And again, it's all about giving our young people an opportunity just to broaden their world and their experiences, and for us that's invaluable. It's not just about education in the classroom and maths and science, it's about other things.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. These questions are probably to you, Steph and Liz. You've talked a little bit about your students here, and I know from my own children's perspective the huge value that they get from having international students in the classroom. So maybe you want to, if you could touch on that. And also, you've talked very much about the importance of relationships, and I don't know, I would like just your maybe your view on building the pipeline and the need to go back regularly to China. And also maybe, and this might be to you, Liz, is about how hard is it and the importance of getting host families.
Thank you. Kia ora, everyone. I'm Liz, and from Bayfield. Yes, host families are our biggest probably struggle in our department. We could accept a lot more students if we could get more host families. For us, it's really important that our host families are part of our community. All the schools are in a very similar situation, so we want to make sure that our host families a part of the Bayfield community, and that makes it easier for our international students as well. We find that a lot of the international and domestic students will just after school be in the park beside the school, they chat, they play football, they communicate and do things together, which is great for our school as well, just giving that multicultural dimension. We've also got an ESOL classroom in our school where our students will have lunch and morning tea. Always we have domestic students in there as well. They love to just come in, sit, talk, and that's great, just giving them a bit more information on what our students, where they've come from, their family life, their school life. We've got European, Chinese, Japanese, Thai, a very diverse mix of students. And we also find, we've just been to Tianao for a weekend. We took 25 international students. These students all in the van together, they're all talking English, they're all learning about each other, having a great time, seeing a bit more of Otago and Southland, and that also filters back to home, back to their agents, back to their parents, back to their schools. So it's valuable that we are showcasing Dunedin as well as our school. So I think we're very lucky in Dunedin that all our schools work closely together, because we realise with Study Dunedin as well, the thing is we have to showcase Dunedin, and then, like Steph said, each school has its strength, and then the students, will pick what is good for them.
I think the biggest thing that I have learnt is that and it's no different to if I'm growing a school and I want more girls to come to Queen's. It's actually about that relationship and being seen on the sideline of sport and having those conversations with parents and connections. And the thing, even though in my teaching career I was kind of encouraged to move schools for promotion and things like that, in Dunedin that's not the way it is. And I have learnt so much from my principal, who's had over nearly 30 years in the one school, but her relationships are incredible. And if we need someone, or we need support for something, or we need to connect a kid to something, her network is so vast in Dunedin, it's phenomenal. And I think that's what I've learnt, is that if we have strong connections, then people will stay connected with us. I suppose it's a bit like living outside of a city. When your mum lives somewhere else, you need to still ring her regularly to keep that connection. She still knows we love her, but she does need that one-on-one.
Perfect, Steph. Thank you for that. I was going to ask a similar question to what Deputy Mayor Lucas has just asked. I want to acknowledge, even though he isn't in the room, was the work John Christie did in this space, because I know with the meetings I attended with you all in September, John was a big part of that, along with Way, but the penetration of impact that John has over the relationships over the years. Way is always going above and beyond and connecting and keeping that love. Scott, thank you for what you do, because again I saw you in action. You're great at working the room and really selling Dunedin, and actually at times you have to put up the close sign because you can only take as many as you can take. Steph and Liz, thank you for coming in. I appreciate that. You also took one for the team. You survived the worst typhoon in Shanghai in, 70 years or something, 80 years. But the other piece of, and occasionally I've heard this criticism through my 12 years at council, the junkets to Shanghai. Seeing, and Scott, you know what, you work us pretty hard when we're up there. We have to go to this visit. There is nothing easy about those trips. You're absolutely worn out at the end of the week with the consistent visits, and I think, and also being on point at every time you actually get in front of people. And you would have seen in the photos the formalities that you go through. The good news is I didn't have to sing, so that was the part. But no, I just want to thank you, the three of you, for coming in and presenting, because I do think this was an important part, not only about our international education, but also our sister city relationship with Shanghai. So thank you. Appreciate it. So we will get into meeting proper. I do have apologies from Councillor Fiso and Councillor Mayhem. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Lucas, thank you. Confirmation of agenda. Oh, sorry. I put it, yes. All in favour? Confirmation of agenda. Happy to move. Second to Councillor Gary. Confirm the agenda without addition or alteration. All in favour? Aye. Thank you. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded to the need to stand aside for decision making when a conflict arises between the role as an elected representative and any private or other external interest they might have. Are there any changes? No. I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Gary, thank you. That the committee notes the elected members' interests are registered as attached. Attachment A confirms the proposed management plan for elected members. All in favour? Aye. Thank you. Confirmation of minutes from the Economic Development Committee the 6th of December 2024. I'm happy to move those. Second to Councillor Gary. I confirm that the public part of the meeting, the minutes of the Economic Development Committee meeting held on the 6th of December is a correct record. All in favour? Aye. Any discussion around the minutes? No? Okay, thank you. Part A, reports. Economic Development Committee Forward Work Programme.
Happy to take questions.
Perfect, thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I just have, it's on page, where are the numbers? Numbers have disappeared. It's just about the Sister City anniversary updates, and I note that we don't seem to have a place where the Sister Cities report back or have that connection in, and I also note that in the next report coming up we are seem to be missing, I've looked very quickly, the linkages beyond our borders, and I wonder where our Sister City activities sit, because I sit on the Otaru Sister City Dunedin Sister City, and I know that Councillor Walker is with the Edinburgh, so I just wonder where they report to and where we get the sort of connection and support that Project China is getting.
Thank you, Councillor. I was actually just rummaging through my last activity report to see if we had provided an update around the events that were actually undertaken as part of the anniversaries last year. I think we laid out a series of high-level milestones, but certainly we could provide either a probably more involved update within the activity report for June. I'm conscious that there is a number of reports profiled for June, but we could actually provide a little bit more of the story around the events, and also certainly the sister cities themselves, the sister city committees as well.
Yeah, it is to note that this is the second to last Economic Development Committee meeting of the triennium, so it is going to be an interesting meeting in June, but we'll try and bring that into it. Councillor Gilbert.
With that in mind, then, job done. On page 24, a report will be presented later in the year, but there is no later in the year mentioned in the table. Can you be less vague?
Certainly not intentionally. We provided an update on job done, I think, in the December Economic Development Committee. So certainly once post-June, we'd look at providing probably another update on job done towards the back end of the calendar year of 2025.
Okay, no further questions? Okay. I'll move that the committee notes the Economic Development Committee Forward Work Programme. Second, Councillor Gowrie. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Passed. Item 7, Enterprise Dunedin Activity and Tracking Report.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. The team are ready to take questions.
Thank you. Anything to comment on before we start taking questions?
I think we're happy to go straight into questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Walker, then Councillor Gilbert, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you guys for what's a great report and really interesting reading. I'm going to pick on the film and screen, which is on page 33, and I think I alluded to this question in the public forum. And I asked this question in the context of the enthusiastic feedback about that connection. So my question is, we continue to be proud of a city that calls ourselves a film destination, and we invest in it, I think, in words. My question is, what do we do in terms of that international face-to-face? Do we do that? Do we resource it? If we don't do it, why aren't we doing it? And I think it's not in this paper. I think it might be the next one where it talks about a Chinese delegation perhaps coming here. So I just want to know where we sit with that. And would you worry if we're not investing in face-to-face throughout the world in terms of growing our film industry? Sorry, that's a very large question, but I think it's important.
Thank you. We celebrated the 30th anniversary of the sister city with Shanghai, with a screening of Uproar in Shanghai, and through the very close relationship that we have with the Shanghai Art Film Federation, we invited 65 industry leaders from across the Shanghai screen sector to that viewing. The Mayor opened that with a very good presentation about the city. Behind the scenes, there's a very warm relationship with the Shanghai Art Film Federation. They're a collective marketing and industry body that sits across multiple production houses and studio in Shanghai. And Shanghai is the home of the Chinese screen industry, the Chinese Hollywood equivalent. So 23-24 was about rebuilding that relationship, and I think that went incredibly well. And to finish the year with that screening and a presentation to their industry leaders sets us up for the next step. And they have talked about coming. It's not a set in stone opportunity yet. And the model that we're thinking through and progressing through with the Shanghai partners is a similar model that we want to extend to other international jurisdictions. So we see a really good opportunity with the direct flights to Gold Coast to build a similar sort of model of relationship with the screen industry in Queensland, which is a significant part of the Australian ecosystem as well. So we're really focused on co-productions. And that plays to our strengths as a location that offers a real diversity and that same sort of manaakitanga that we've heard about this morning. Yes, we are. So it is a similar industry, and relationships are king in that space as well. And so wherever we can, we'll get our film office involved in face-to-face meetings and hosting delegations. I hope that answers the question.
It partly does, but not fully. So, and I have no critique of. I think that the skills are immeasurable and it's fantastic work. But my question was more about, and I'm trying to help you here. Do we, as a council, and from a budget sense, resource you guys to have the ability? And great, what we're doing in China, but how do we sell Dunedin to the Italians, the French, the British, the Americans, and the biggest film production country in the world, India? So do we have resource to do that? Because those relationships are vital.
Yeah. We're really focused on countries that New Zealand as a nation has a co-production treaty with. So that narrows their scope into those. So China is one, Australia is one, Singapore is one. And the advantage of a co-production is that if, say, an international film comes to New Zealand, they can access a 20% rebate on qualifying spend. If they partner up with us and the project is grown from the ground up as a co-production between, say, producers and writers in Dunedin with producers and writers in Queensland, then under the co-production treaty with Australia, they can get a 40% tax incentive. So that we're trying to work smartly within our limited resources to access the best financial deal that companies can get. So and we see there's an opportunity with the Gold Coast connection to really amplify more wins for Dunedin and for the film industry.
I think you've answered my question by the two words limited resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I've got two questions. Staying on the film and screen one, on page 33, early plans are also underway to develop a joint destination marketing campaign with Film Otago Southland and the New Zealand Film Commission, excuse me, to coincide with the release of East of Eden. Obviously, it's going to be secret squirrel stuff as to when the release date is, but can you do some sort of unpicking of what that campaign might entail?
we're confident it's going to be a very popular series when it hits the screens, and it's going to showcase the gorgeous locations of Central Otago, Oamaru and Dunedin. So we are getting ahead of the game rather than being reactive when the film comes out or the TV series comes out. We've been proactive and have started conversations with the producers and with the national agency about essentially developing a destination package around the locations, sort of similar to the work that went with Lord of the Rings and then The Hobbit. We think this project will have a very long tail in terms of shining a light on our region. I can tell you that we've reserved some domain names. That's about it so far in terms of the concrete action. The conversations are in progress and they're very warmly, they're progressing warmly. We don't have more that we can share at the moment, I'm sorry.
We're not going to get caught short in terms of, oh, shit, it's being released next week and we haven't done anything. We're well underway. Cool. My other question is on page 30, the QEM. Economic activity declined, employment fell, soft labour market, interest in new builds is weak, there remains uncertainty, tourism sector recovers modestly, slowing international recovery and cautious domestic tourist spend, commercial accommodation slipped 7.4% with an 11% fall in domestic guest nights. Is there anything good in this? Is there anything I should be pleased and happy about taking away? Because it's kind of depressing reading.
I also have read the report there, Councillor. There's a couple of factors within here that we're clearly seeing playing out, and which I think were touched on by Mr. Brunsden where he was here presenting to the Economic Development Committee late last year. Look, we are coming off a high inflation environment, and we have coming off a high interest rate environment, and that has created pressure around a whole range of things within the economy, consumer spending, confidence, and growth. So I've also given a lot of thought to the words within here as well. And again, the focus of us is just maintaining, I suppose, on those current strengths within the city to actually ride that out and actually be in a position to actually grow our way out again as well. So there's the conversation that we're having around with Project China, for instance, in terms of the support that is provided to our secondary schools, to our tertiary partners, in terms of actually focus on those areas where we can actually encourage and enable growth. That's the focus of the things that we're looking at doing. But the words are, I certainly picked up the tone. I don't believe that we are alone, but again, this is certainly the mahi that what we're focused on around the strengths of the city to respond strongly to these challenges when it comes out.
I've got a long list here. Councillor Barker, Councillor Houlihan, Councillor Gary, Van der Vis, and then Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, Chair. I just have, I think, about 3 questions. I was just looking at the Live Work campaign, Dunedin Works Better, and it's great to see the statistics about, I know it's an early campaign now, but have you heard any anecdotal feedback from the business community about how they feel? There's statistics and then there's the feeling and the zeitgeist in the community. Do you have any feedback on that?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we have had anecdotal feedback, which I've brought along with me today. So we've had local feedback and national feedback on the campaign. By way of example, we've had Startup Dunedin write into us and say that they're really, really happy with the campaign. They love it. In regard to the billboards that were in Wellington, we had the CEO of Museums, Aotearoa, single us out as excellent destination marketing people. We've had our local museum team reach out. We've had a lot of media attention, as you'll be aware, but we've definitely had lots of feedback directly to the team via email and social media, all of which has been positive.
And next question is just around, I think it's page 37, and I guess it's coming up on the next paper too, is what is the budget for marketing Dunedin in Australia with the, I mean, I guess there's generally, and have we added stuff on for the new flights?
So the overall Australian budget is $119,000. Working with our friends at Shotover Creative, we've also looked at the proportional split of domestic marketing versus Australian-based marketing, and we've split it to favour the Australian market at the moment and support the flights, because we see that support of those flights as being absolutely critical for this city. So that's adding about 80,000 on top of that 119,000. But to fully answer your question, no, the budgets have not been adjusted post that flight. And we couldn't have anticipated the flight. It was a bidding situation, as you would know.
So we've got the finance and CCOs coming up this afternoon, and has Dunedin Airport put cash in the pot as well to help market?
I don't know the quantum that Dunedin Airport has. We've been collaborating really closely with the airport team via the Southern Way regional brand and the Dunedin brand. So they are developing a marketing plan, I understand, that will be presented to their board. I don't have the detail around the financial contribution of that plan.
And my last question is just around, I've got page 56 here, but anyway, it's just around the estimated advertising value. Tourism New Zealand used to have this thing we on the port, estimated advertising value, because I really love what you've done and you're showing the readership and some of the metrics and whether it was paid or how you got those connections. So does Tourism New Zealand still have that what I call it, database, I guess, where they put all of the Tourism New Zealand stuff in there, so every time Dunedin's mentioned you actually get the value? For example, when I was at the Albatross, I knew that I had $17 million worth of EAV from the work that I'd done. Do you get those figures as well?
I don't receive those figures directly, but I can ask my team. But you're absolutely right. I mean, when you look at the media coverage report here, by way of example, we're about to get an 8-page spread on our food and culinary tourism scene in Dish, which is a fantastic story on Otipoti Dunedin, and that would be worth around $100,000 of advertising spend, which we get through basically familing, and I think the word relationships has come up today, through building those relationships with international and national media. So I think transcribing this into a value would be a really good future amendment to this report.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How good is our working relationship collaboratively with Queenstown around film? Like, how does that work? And I've got a reason for asking that, because currently there's a very big star there, and I'm sure many women are very excited about that. I am. And wherever he goes, media go, and there's no doubt about it, he probably doesn't particularly like it, but if he came here, that would be huge. So have we got the relationship that we could go to the people in Queenstown and say, hey, could you get a message to him that we'd love him to visit Dunedin? I mean, he's here, a couple of hours drive from our city. Why not be cheeky and ask? Have we considered that?
So that's not an appropriate question, so I'm going to leave that. And as Councillor Gilbert, yes, I am. As Councillor Gilbert said, who is it? But anyway, so it shows how the diverse. Yes, we realise that, but that's out of scope of what we were discussing with the film aspect. So we'll move on. Do you have another question?
From a marketing point of view, what an opportunity to lose.
Do you have another question? Okay, thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still recovering. Mr. Deaker, I wonder if you could speak to, we had a great presentation from, in terms of study, and I just wonder if you could comment on the homestay campaign, because Ms. Gold raised that, and also just to mention in passing tomorrow's event, and then I've got a question for Mr. Liggett.
Thank you. The homestay campaign is ongoing, and it's going to it's a slow burn information and encouragement project. We think it's fair to say that supply is almost keeping up with demand, that it's sticky, in different schools and across the institutions in different ways at different times. We think there's around 3,500 international students in the city at the moment. We are still growing back to the pre-COVID levels, which were around 5,000, and major institutions like the university have signalled their ambition to go further than they were pre-COVID in terms of enrolments. So the constraint really in all of that question is accommodation and homestay, and so it's critical that we as a city work collaboratively to unlock those that supply, I guess. The answer is it's almost okay in terms of supply.
Just to be clear, this is Council's response, Study Dunedin's response to the need in the community and amongst the schools for more homestay families.
Council's role in this context has been to research the situation. Why have some families chosen not to that did previously host homestay? And then we've used that research to inform design of marketing collateral that we've shared with all of the schools and the partners. Council social media has shared some of those publicly. The communications team are helping us place advertising and articles in the community broadsheets and newsletters all around the city. So it's an ongoing rolling campaign. We have a small role there in a coordination facilitation role. All the schools and the tertiary institutions are also working hard in their communities.
Thank you. Could you just comment briefly on tomorrow's event?
So tomorrow we have a combined mana whenua and civic welcome to all of the international students from the secondary schools at Otako Marae. This is a unique model that only happens in Dunedin. The CEO of Education New Zealand is coming down to witness how we do things in Dunedin. Other cities are envious of the collegial nature of the work in Dunedin and of the partnership between the city and mana whenua in establishing events like this. So we're taking all of the recently arrived secondary school students onto the marae. Last year we went to Puketaraki Marae and they spent several hours afterwards picking up history and enjoying a waka ride and things like that. So it's a great opportunity for the students to quickly immerse.
Thank you. And my question, if I may, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Liggett, is around the digital interactive health and any updates, because it's a rapidly, well, maybe it's not rapidly, but a moving project so important to the city.
We, as indicated late last year, we're still working on the development of the business case, and we are realising that sometimes it does feel fast, sometimes it does feel slow, but we still have a collective group of stakeholders and partners who are very interested in seeing this develop. We're still engaging with a lot of people outside the city in terms of the opportunity within there. So we want to get the business case done so we have the full story. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we want to try and look at ways that we can turn the intangible into the tangible over the next 12 months. So thinking it through in terms of, are there ways that we can showcase what a DIH project could look like? And we're just working our way through that, and certainly that'll be more updates will be provided back to.
Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
Hope has been expressed today that we're in a position to grow our way out of the current the statistics really, and when I look at those statistics, trying to grow our way out, the latest ones that we have on business growth for New Zealand, 1.7%, Dunedin 0.7%. If we look at population growth, New Zealand average 2.1, Dunedin 1.1, Employment growth 2.4% for New Zealand on average, and we're 1.7. So my question really is, are we in a position to grow our way out when growth on all these different data sets, the latest growth we have, is significantly less than New Zealand average?
It's certainly what we're going to be focusing on, and that's in conjunction with our economic development partners. We realise that we are one part within the economy, and we're only one part of the equation with trying to collectively seek an aspiration for the city. It's challenging, it really is, and we hear those messages out there. We're fully aware, but certainly as a unit of council, as an economic development agency, certainly in partnership with our economic development strategy partners, understanding hopefully where industry is at and tuning into where industry is at and what we can do, we certainly will be playing our role to do the utmost in there.
If we go to page 29 and have a look at the two graphs of the development strategy goals from Enterprise Dunedin. Employment growth, the first one, has tracked a bit below what the goal was. But if you look at the New Zealand average, the goal itself doesn't actually look that flash. And again, when you look at the next one, mean annual earnings growth, household income in Dunedin is significantly less than the New Zealand average. New Zealand average 133,000, and in Dunedin it's only 106. So my question regarding the goals that we've had, as the goals looked kind of impressive. We were going to, over 10 years, have 10,000 extra jobs and an average of 10,000 extra income. But actually, not only have we not done those things, but those things were kind of New Zealand average anyway, and we have tracked below, and especially on mean annual earnings growth, it's looked very flat now for quite some number of years. What are we going to do differently to what we've done in the past in terms of setting goals and growing our way out?
Councillor, I'm going to answer that because I can see that Mr. Liggett is he's sort of caught between a rock and a hard place, because again the bottom line is that's all part of the economic development strategy refresh. That's all taking part of that, and actually including the business leaders in the community to make that happen. I'm happy if Mr. Liggett wants to add anything else to that, but when we start looking at the data we've got in front of it as historical data, there's a few things have changed since January 1st. And I think we need to focus on going forward, but I know you're used to looking back. So, Mr. Liggett, do you have anything to add?
I was going to focus on the future strategy for the city, but they were, in reflection, looking back. We had those goals as a city that was signed up to by multiple economic development strategy partners, and my understanding, I wasn't there at the time, that they were regarded as aspirational within there. And I actually think I have Mr. Christie's words ringing in some ears. I think they were very different numbers that were actually considered at the time when we were developing the economic development strategy within there, and I don't think they were 10,000. In saying that, though, we have looked back over the last 10 years of the strategy and checked our performance against those goals and some other indicators within there. And we've even looked back the 10 years before the strategy. And while the graphs tell the story, things, the last decade, there seemed to be a greater degree of probably growth in terms of those two economic goals within there. We can certainly provide that information in terms of on a per annual basis. So I suppose it's probably going back to the strategy and the nature of actually the whole being greater than the sum of the parts and kind of collectively coming together to respond to a common issue. So probably agree with the chair. This is something that, again, is in terms of response, this is something for the future in terms of the EDS.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, and thank you all to the team for it's a really good report. It's good to reading everything that's been happening. I've got 3 questions, and they're probably all for you, Ms. Sutton. The first one's on page 51, and I know this is a real challenge, but if we look at all those events in March and April, and so many of them overlap, and if I can use the example just from the weekend from New Zealand Track and Field, talking to the CEO of Athletics New Zealand, who thought that Dunedin was a fantastic host, but what can we do as a city to spread those events out? And I mean, it goes to an earlier point that somebody said, is that people only have so much discretionary money, and they have to make a choice when these events overlap. Many people cannot afford to go to all of them, although they would like to. So I know it's a challenge.
Yes, it is a challenge. We call it Mad March, and it's very resource intensive and probably confusing to the consumer, as you say, because everything is packed into those months. I think a really good start point, I understand the grants program is under review. A lot of these events that feature on this page are recipients of our grants program under the Major or Premier Events grants category. We could include some criteria that would make it necessary for them to spread across a seasonal calendar, and that would align with our recently discussed festivals and events plan. It may not be received entirely positively, but we do need to spread those events across the calendar year, and there are some events in the portfolio here that could be easily held in the winter months as they are indoor events.
Thank you, yes, and I do know the challenge of dealing, yes, there will be some pushback, I know that, yes. On page 37, and it's great to see with trends that you've got 8 operators going alongside yourself, I presume. So with the theme of Taste of Dunedin, so are you working with the local foodie providers in Dunedin to help highlight that? Because I know many of them would.
Yes, so Councillor Gilbert was part of some of the initial workshops around the food and drink and the culinary brand work that we did, and what came out of that work was an implementation plan co-shared between ourselves and the food and drink industry, and one of the actions within that was to develop some kind of opportunity via trends. The idea at the moment is only conceptual. I can give you a bit of detail, it's quite exciting. What we want to do is profile all of our southern flavours through one very cold, exciting treat. So think clams and ice cream. And we are working with 2 particular chefs on that initiative, but we will be approaching several of our local brands to look at flavour profiles through that experience. And the work continues on that. We haven't had a meeting for a while, but we do need to anchor back into that implementation plan. Culinary tourism in this city is growing. It is recovering despite some of those sad statistics economically. We're seeing new restaurant offerings. As I mentioned before, we recently hosted some journalists from Dish. They had only come to do a 2-page cover, and they ended up doing 8, and both of them said at the end of being here for a weekend that they want to live in this fantastic city. So there's a lot that we have on offer, and we need to showcase that. So I think the work's really important, especially with the flights as well.
Absolutely, that's really exciting. So thank you for that answer. And my last question is to do with the Destination Management Plan Advisory Panel recruitment. And I'm just, and forgive me, I may have forgotten this with all the volume of reading. The recruitment panel will convene shortly. I hadn't remembered that have we set up a recruitment panel? I'm not sure with what's happening next.
Yes, there is a recruitment panel, so that will be Councillor Wiley and Councillor Barker, and the expression of interest closed on the 3rd of March. I have gone back to some of those applicants to just seek more information and get a 1-page expression of interest where it didn't meet the criteria. But the great news is we've had some really good applicants and really high calibre, so it's going to be a tough decision for the recruitment panel, I think.
Before we go to round 2, I've got a couple of questions to throw in. Destination Management and Marketing, the Live Work campaign, looking at the stats and looking at the messaging, any feedback to add to how it sort of went? Because the feedback I had was it definitely sparked a lot of interest, and even from those outside, people of Wellington telling me that what the hell are we doing taking over billboards and etc. So
Yes, to date the feedback has been really positive, and as I mentioned before, we've had national feedback. We've also anecdotally had international feedback. So, I think the sign of a good campaign is when people are talking about it. My job, as I see it, is to put Ōtepoti Dunedin on the map, and campaigns like this certainly do help to lift our brand awareness. The team is currently working on a second iteration of that campaign because we think from a live work perspective it's a really effective, poignant campaign that's a little bit tongue-in-cheek as per our brand, but it says what we clearly want and what we clearly are. So it's gone well. Yeah.
When we look at a campaign like that, how much money went into it?
That was a really small campaign, so we spent $10,000 on agency. And we worked with an external agency to develop it against a brief. So it was really only designed to be a small campaign, but because it's performed so well, we are working with the team under Fraser to think about how we extend it.
Perfect, thank you. Jetstar flights and Australia, are we getting across there enough? Are we getting into market enough to really boost that? I see that early ticket sales look strong. Are we resourcing it appropriately?
As I said before, it was something that came out of left field, so our resourcing hasn't really grown to accommodate that flight. It's a big job in front of us to retain the flight, I'm not going to lie. If I was to give my opinion on it, we need to throw everything we can because it means a connected city to Australia and then potentially other markets into the future. At the moment, we are putting an amount of marketing effort into Australia. Is it enough? I don't know. How far do we want to go with it? We have the sales trip, which didn't go ahead in March. It's going ahead in May now because as a result of the last host meeting, we've had a couple of our operators come on board to attend a sales trip with us, and we're working with Jetstar to incentivise attendance at that event. Nothing replaces face-to-face. We do need to be going into those markets, and to me Australia is a really, TNZ has identified Australia as a really strong market. As a side note, we're working collaboratively across our Southern Way regional RTO group, and as of yesterday we submitted a funding bid for the Regional Tourism Boost Fund that got announced by Minister Upston a couple of weeks ago, and we have put together a bid that asks for $1 million, and the main goal of that campaign will be to encourage people to come into the Dunedin airport, pursue an open jaw travel itinerary, which means you fly into one airport and fly out of another. So we're attacking the Australian market from the Dunedin brand perspective, and we cannot lose sight of our city brand, but we're also partnering, and we see value in the regional approach alongside that. But I mean, it's like asking how long is a piece of string? How much effort do we want to put into this?
No, perfect. And you answered my next question, which was going to be about TNZ and that Australian push. I've got Councillor O'Malley then, and second round of questions from Councillor Walker and Councillor Gilbert and Councillor Barker. So
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm actually just going to follow up with that flights question with something that's slightly out of the blue, but it's become apparent to me that a lot of people are flying to Australia out of Queenstown, and potentially enough people are flying out of Dunedin, out of Queenstown, that they could have been flying out of Dunedin. And I'm sitting on the Regional Transport Committee, and it came up, quite literally, the actual idea that you came up with the RTC about 3 years ago, and we couldn't get the airports to engage and really didn't talk to the tourism sections of each council, but the idea that you would enter the Otago Southern region at one airport and then leave on another. I'm thinking just out loud now as I'm speaking to you that it might be quite valuable actually to redo that again at the Regional Transport Committee to talk, because what we were looking at is car movements in Otago and Southland and everybody arriving in Queenstown and then causing chaos upon arrival. And if they could arrive in other places and do different, we could get a different transport outcome. I'm wondering if it's time to revisit that, and actually from a perspective of how many people are actually leaving Dunedin out of Queenstown, and could we be flying out of Dunedin directly?
I don't have those stats, but the airports will definitely have those stats, and we have been working really closely with them. Conceptually, it ticks all the boxes. The other drive for TNZ is around regional dispersal, and we know that Queenstown, there's a capacity limitation, right? So we need to lean into that. So anything we can do to keep that flight, from my opinion, is the right move for this city. Not just from a tourism perspective, from all angles.
Just keeping that flight, but in fact, actually maybe getting into the airline's heads that a lot of your customers that you're flying out of Queenstown are not actually coming from Queenstown, and there might be enough customers that we could get a Melbourne or a Sydney flight into Dunedin as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it doesn't stop at the Gold Coast, right? If we can demonstrate success through this route, and we have heard from the community feedback around Sydney and Melbourne, but we need to get the first thing right, before we can move to the growth plan. And I know that the airport team are working really hard on all of this.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And sage question from Councillor O'Malley. My last 2 international flights have been out of Queenstown, and my international flight in July will be out of Queenstown. Thanks again. My second question comes back to the subject that nobody's talked about, the wonderful good food Dunedin. And I was always a wee bit perplexed why this was in eco-development, but I can see now why. First off, and if councillors haven't seen the How to Start a Market Garden video, I suggest you go and watch it. It is amazing. Who was responsible for that?
That was our colleague Sarah, working across all of the council departments. So just to briefly elaborate on the councillor's comment, we've, in the good food space, we've really focused on the idea of ease of business, so that people looking at commercial market gardens understand in the simplest possible way all that they need to know about compliance, and we help navigate those people. The Good Food Coordinator has touched on something like 16 other departments in council to put together that pathway. We're using the phrase illuminate the pathway, and it really is in that ease of business approach to economic development to make it as easy as possible.
Thank you. Stop pressing your button. Miss Sutton, who's now not pressing a button, has always talked about being on brand. And again, if you look at that video, I think that video is really on brand. Dunedin, do you want to say something? Yeah, about that.
Sorry, I'm cutting you off again. Sorry. I just wanted to acknowledge that the video was produced by Mr. Parsons Hayden, who's sitting in the gallery today for his first time in the gallery, which is very exciting for him. We have a team of one who does in-house production, and he's amazing. He does amazing work for this city.
Okay, I think I've just inspired all councillors to go and look at that video. My second question also, and this will be for you, Miss Sutton, I think, although others can jump in terms of the part of the GFD which talks about the marine economy. I presume the team is going to be very cognizant of the potential pitfalls there, so balancing another side of what's truly on brand Dunedin, which is our wildlife. So making sure that within the context of expanding that economically, we're also making sure that we're protecting what's really precious within, yeah.
This piece of work emerges from the marine science research that's been done at a national level under a Super Science Challenge program. We hosted the national body to present in Dunedin their findings and effectively hand over that research, because they came to the end of their life. And what we heard at that meeting with this wasn't only attended by fishers, this was also attended by academics and other users of marine, that the opportunity just to be more closely knit was the first next step. So that's our approach in terms of an economic development role, is to facilitate those conversations. But it's important to note that the research is not about accelerating exploitation of the marine reserves. It's really about preservation and replenishment, and that there's potentially a risk economically if we don't look after the marine resource. So when it's sometimes the work that we do is a long game, and this is really much at the front end of that, in terms of getting those relationships firmed up within the city, and our invite list to that round table approach includes recreation users. It very much includes wildlife and conservation projects, recognising the incredible value to the city that the presence of sea lions has in terms of profile, and also about preserving their diet as much as anything. So it's very early in that piece of work. We're picking up on what the science has shown, and we're picking up on the impetus that came from the people that were in the initial workshops with the Super Science Challenge, that they want to do more together and build those relationships. So we're at that early phase of building that stronger sense of network.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A couple of questions. First of all, going back to Australia, specifically the roughly 200, by the time you add the two together, roughly 200,000 that is spent on marketing in Australia. Do we have any, given that 44% of visitors to New Zealand come from Australia, I'm assuming it's comparable specifically in Dunedin. I couldn't find specific numbers. So given that, do we have any comparative data as to what other cities, what other spend is done for that kind of tourism number?
No, I haven't done any comparisons, but it would be fairly straightforward to get those numbers to council if you would like them.
I think it might be handy because we're sort of going, is this the right number? Are we putting all our oars in the water or not? And we don't know how many oars we're supposed to be putting in or comparing to. So that would be kind of handy, please. Also, you mentioned, Ms. Sutton, about the food and drink destination management plan. Can you just expand a little bit on where that is at, please?
So as you will know, Councillor Gilbert, we engaged a consultant called Sarah Meikle. She's been fantastic, and I continue to work with her. I think the next step for us is to bring back the draft of the industry familiarisation program, which was ranked by the group as being one of the highest priorities. So as a result of conversations with Host, we've decided to extend that work around capability and the familiarisations work to include the tourism operators as well. So at the next Host we will be presenting it, but we need to bring Sarah back to present some of that work to the group and start implementing it. As you will know, the work program largely relies on everybody to collaborate and work together. So I think we need to reinvigorate that group because there were some great ideas in the work that we did. It's just whether or not people have the capacity, and given it's been really a busy summer for everybody, probably the best time to start will be in a couple of months to come back together. Yeah.
Councillor Barker and then Councillor Vanderbilt.
I feel like I'm going to ask a big question, but I'm just looking at the eyesight visitor cruise activity, and the cruise is just a small part of the visitors to the city. We have a budget, I think it's over $1 million on the eyesight, and I was just wondering how the eyesight work incorporates itself in the economic development unit. Why I'm asking this question is this afternoon we've got our finance and CCOs, and the eyesight is $100 and something thousand behind budget on income. So I'm just wondering, is it working in modern times, the eyesight model?
Picking up firstly on your comment about the behind budget, that relates primarily to loss of DOC income. So we had initially budgeted for a contribution from DOC as a eyesight DOC operation. So that 100 is represented by 60k. That was in the original budget that we have not received income for, and that covered contribution towards staffing and also for rent. that space. In terms of the budget, it's roughly 940,000 is contribution by the ratepayer, and it's supplemented by commission sales and also retail sales. The mix in terms of representation by sales primarily is actually cruise. That represents roughly 60% of those sales, and then followed closely by domestic or New Zealand sales, and interestingly enough, of that, 60% of that is Dunedin sales by Dunedinites, and that's around the intercity bus option. I think as a model, it's not just about tourism only. It's also, it is an information centre as well. We are looking at other revenue streams and where we might be able to attract some sort of agency work, or how we look at our overall strategy for sales. I'm just trying to think what else I could speak to around that. We're hoping, of course, with the Australia, you've touched on, Australia's actually a strong market internationally, and so we'd expect to start, not immediately, we'd expect to see income from our Australian visitors. I think what is interesting is, and I'll touch on this, with cruise isn't just about the tourism. It's actually a much broader sector. I think the report and economic impact assessment they did for the period ending 23-24, contribution to our economy was $164 million, and that sits around services in engineering and restocking those ships. And I know there's a debate around the value of cruise more broadly, but in terms at an economic level, it is significant to our tourism operators in terms of those small to medium businesses. The other thing is that we are the only official eyesight from Christchurch South, in the South Island, and we do provide a good service to not only our visitors but to our residents. So it's that sort of answer.
Yeah, the other thing I was just wondering is if you have a door counter and if we get the numbers. I think we're talking anecdotally, the councillor's office is right next to the eyesight, and we'll see it busy on cruise days but not necessarily busy on other days. So I guess it's wondering about, have the door numbers changed? I would know we invested over 200,000 and I think the government gave us 200, 250, whatever it was, so $400,000-ish into the eyesight. So have the numbers increased? I guess we're looking at that return on investment there, and I know that Doc pulled out after all of that investment, but are there more people coming through, or is the eyesight dealing with more online bookings?
I'm going to jump in for a minute because Ms Moran's got something to add to that, and then go back to Ms Jenkins.
Kia ora, Councillor. Just a small thing that while we're looking at increasing profit, we are also looking at cost-saving measures as well.
Back to the door counter. Unfortunately, we can't compare to the previous year because door counter was disabled during the renovation period. So it's some data that I'm working with the team on at the moment. It is interesting from the optics perspective because we do have a lot of online inquiries, and also those days pre a cruise, there's a lot of preparation that's required, working with the industry and in anticipation of the visitors. So once we have that data and I can do proper analysis around it, and as Nicola mentioned, we are looking at other ways to address the contribution from the ratepayer perspective as well.
Councillor Vandervis.
Councillor O'Malley, I think, well highlighted the airport issue where Queenstown is really oversubscribed and we're under. Have you looked at the issue of refuelling? Currently, there's no refuelling capacity for aircraft in Dunedin at Momona. And yet we are really quite close to massive fuel tanks on the shore here. If we were able to offer a refuelling capacity at Dunedin Airport, that would mean that planes could land there without having to carry enough fuel to fly out again. Have you looked at how that would make Dunedin Airport a much more attractive destination? And have you also looked at the fact that Queenstown can't do that because trucking fuel all the way into Queenstown would simply be prohibitive? We've only got 28 k's to run a pipeline there, but we would start, I think, with fuel tanks so that even for an emergency situation, rather than aircraft having to divert to Christchurch, they could actually land here in Dunedin. Have you looked at that as a sort of major strategy goal that would make Dunedin's Momona a really much more interesting place for aircraft to land?
I think that's probably a question for the airport team, and I presume that you have regular briefings from them. But what I can say from my experience with the airport team is they are pursuing so many opportunities and they're open to all sorts of ideas. So if you do have a briefing with them, it would be prudent to raise that idea with them. But they're very proactive, from my understanding, in trying every available option. Whether refuelling has been on the table for them, I couldn't answer that question, but I'm sure they'd be open to discussing it.
Okay, I'm all out of questions, so I'm going to move that the committee notes the Enterprise Dunedin Activity and Tracking Report. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Gary, thank you. In speaking to this, I think, thank you team, there is a lot happening in the Enterprise Dunedin team at the moment. Staffing is stretched, but thank you for everything that's being done. The report was quite active in what was there, and it is going to be again in June when we get around to it. There is a lot going on in our city. And even if we want to look at the figures pre-December and look at the stats on the page, stats still one story, but I can tell you from where I sit, there is a very positive vibe happening around Dunedin at the moment. And I think that's what we need to actually get involved with. This team are right across that. There's a lot happening. I think I want to acknowledge the council and our councillors, because I think part of that vibe is I saw a big upshift change in early part of February when the hospital announcement was made, and that shovels will be in the ground mid-year, because that again is going to add a huge boost to our economy and to our city as a whole. And I think that's what you have to look at, is actually where are we going forward, and are we basically working in the right direction? Jetstar flights coming in, again another great boost for the city. You know, it'd be great to see Dunedin turn orange through that period and get excited about it. I'm tracking cruise ship numbers at the moment. Even with less ships, I'm seeing there's a higher spend from some of the data that I'm receiving from a member of the public who's right across this and who's presented to us previously, and that is in the cruise ship markets at Port Chalmers Town Hall. You know, their yield per customer has dramatically increased this year. And when you start looking at those micro numbers and you see the impact it's happening and rippling through the community, you will see that there's a lot happening. Playing golf with a motelier on the weekend, you know, he just said Dunedin was very full in February, and it's very full through this month as well. And it's great. They are all enjoying the city on that basis. it's also positive to hear that the team is getting out, and I agree with the fact that actually, just like we heard in education, we have to get out and press the flesh, shake the hands, talk to people face to face. And whether that means hopping on a plane and going to Auckland, going to Australia, going beyond, those things are extremely vital in those relationships. This film has come into it. Again, there was a big boost in enthusiasm for film with the East of Eden being shot in Dunedin and even in Waitaki, and those things all have an impact. And the ripple effect of that comes about later on as well. Deputy Mayor Lucas touched on Athletics New Zealand on the weekend, enjoying their time here. The refresh of the economic development strategy is going to make a difference, but it's a case of how quickly can we get that economic development strategy refreshed and actually in front of you to move forward with, and I think that's going to be a part. We have a lot on offer, and we just need to get that story out, so we do need to fund economic development and Enterprise Dunedin efficiently and appropriately, because as we all know, Dunedin is a great place to live, and we just need to tell that story. Thank you. I've got Councillor Vandervis, Councillor Walker, Councillor Barker.
Councillor Wiley is, of course, exactly right. Dunedin is a great place to live. In fact, a recent survey showed that Dunedin people are the happiest of any city in the country, and that's all well and good. And Councillor Wiley is also correct when he said that there is a lot going on, and we've had some anecdotal evidence of that. However, Councillor Wiley has also said that we need to look at going forward, and that I have been looking at history. Now, the problem with that is that it's only history that gives us the data to see how we have performed and how we have performed relative to other cities in New Zealand. And that data is completely consistent across the board, across every demographic you want to look at. And that is that Dunedin, for many years now, over a decade, has basically been below New Zealand average. Business as usual is not going to work for us. Getting the story out, putting spin on this kind of data is not going to help the data. Anecdotes are all well and fine, but the data actually tell the story. It's history that gives you the facts and the data. Looking forward can, and I think in many cases in this council, has been simply a way of being in denial about the fact that we have failed to develop a great deal of what is potentially available in Dunedin. I've mentioned the airport, and one possibility that could attract airlines, make Dunedin Airport a much, much more attractive place to land if they don't have to carry enough fuel when they come here to be able to get out again. We could do a similar thing with Port Otago. Port Otago could be a much more attractive place for shipping companies to come if we invested in the infrastructure for them to actually have electricity available there at the level that they require it. And if we made sure that we could cater for the new, much bigger container ships that will only visit one port in the South Island. And that port should be Dunedin because it's central to most of the major exports here, logs and dairy. And it's also got the best natural harbour. While the Otago Regional Council continue to run Port Otago, I doubt that we're going to have any really long-term improvement there, any real development there. I think we need to change our whole approach. We need to push hard for a unitary council so that we get control of the port. We need to consider buying out the government.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order, irrelevant. This is not on the activity report that we are discussing in this debate.
I will uphold that point of order because didn't understand where in our papers we were talked about a unitary council or to anything to that effect. So, Councillor Van der Vis, can you please stay on topic?
The topic, as I understand it, and it's at the top of page 29, is the Dunedin Economic Development Strategy.
Councillor Van der Vis, I've asked you to stay on topic.
I am.
Not to correct me, but to stay on topic. So if you would like to continue, can you please move into this report and stay away from things like the Unitary Council?
I won't mention the Unitary Council again, but what I will mention is that if we are going to look forward and have a different result to what we've had historically for Dunedin Economic Development Strategy, in terms of the goals that we've had in the past, these have not yielded the results that were hoped for, and you look at the graphs on page 29 and both of them quite clearly show that. If we want to have real economic development in Dunedin, we need to restructure and make major changes here. One of them that I've mentioned relates to the airport, and maybe that's something that you don't want me to talk about either. But transportation connections in and out of Dunedin are vital to the development strategy for Dunedin. We also need to look at possibly a second rail line to bring freight to the port, and we must, I believe, also look at having some inland ports. If you look
Councillor Van der Vis, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you've got 30 seconds left. The timer was paused for too long.
Yeah, I'm sorry you interrupted me as well, because some of the 30 seconds disappeared while you did it. Napier has the second largest throughput of any port in the country, and it's largely because they have 3 inland ports that are well organised. We've been talking about an inland port here for decades and done very little. Napier doesn't have a naturally good harbour, but they are well organised and they make the best of it.
Can you please wind up? Thank you.
I'm quite happy to be shut down. Thank you.
On that note, Councillor Walker, Barker, Gilbert, Gary and O'Malley, and sorry, there was a flush of hands. Councillor Houlihan, the Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll probably be a wee bit more positive than the previous speaker. I mean, I've been here now 23 years, love this report. First 5 years I was here, everything improved. The next 10 years improved even more, and I just see it getting better and better and better as a city to live. I wouldn't live anywhere else in the world. And also, I like these reports because when we had the last one, I admitted publicly that I'd never heard of Florence Pugh. And I got quite a lot of social media pushback for that. Now I know more about Florence Pugh than I should probably know. Love this report. It fills me with a hope. There's a few things that I want to touch on. I think Deputy Mayor touched on one about the events coinciding, and I understand that must be quite difficult juggling that, and I'm sure as we move forward we'll try and make things better. I don't think I'm the only one who's struggling to decide which nights I should go to the Arts Festival events or which nights I should go to Fringe Festival events, and lots of other things coinciding at the same time. Sort of a good problem to have. It would be worse, I guess, if we're sitting here saying there's nothing happening. So it's a problem. I'm sure we'll address it as we move forward. We always dwell for probably longer than we should on these reports around particularly the way we advertise the city. But I think a lot of us around the table suddenly try and become experts in marketing and whatever. But personally, I've generally liked over the years the campaigns we have around Dunedin, because I've always been a believer that we are Otapoti Dunedin. We're not Melbourne, we're not London, we're not New York, and we should be grateful we're not those cities, because if you're those cities, you have much bigger problems to deal with. And I always have liked the term on brand. And the current Dunedin Works campaign, I think, is exceptional, actually. And I say that not because I like it, it's because everybody else who's not from here, who has seen it and doesn't live in this country, loves it, particularly the imagery. So guys, stick to your task and be brave and be ambitious and keep showing imagery to the rest of the world that pretty much the rest of the world's jealous of. So well done on that. I mentioned the good food Dunedin stuff, and I do. If you want to see anything that's on brand and defines this amazing city at the bottom of the world, it's that video. And I didn't know we had the maker of that video sitting with us. Be very proud of it. It's awesome. And the very fact you've got, I mean, there's people I know in that, particularly the guys from a company called YY out in Osborne near Purukanui. It's incredible. You'll know them, Kevin from the Farmers Market. What a great on brand expression of this city that is. And finally, I just want to talk about the Jetstar-y stuff and the planes, because it is important, and it is a little bit depressing for me and my wife that we've decided now to trail to Queenstown. And actually what we do is we make a holiday of it in Queenstown either end. So that's a loss of money that, you know, we're giving to Queenstown that could be going to restaurants here, blah de blah. So it's quite an expense leaving here, parking up at Queenstown, then spending a few days on their bike trails and in their mountains and in their restaurants. And I would be careful, obsess. I think it's great we're getting a service to the Gold Coast, but that also sits, we'll talk about this later, perhaps when Mr. De Bono's here, about a bigger hit for this city, which I think is the loss of the jets going to Wellington. I don't think we should understate how important that is for the vitality and the imagery of this city. I don't know about anybody else, but if I was flying to Dunedin to invest $20 million, getting on an ATR for the final leg on a windy day is probably not the best sell for this town. So I think we should be looking beyond that. And somebody else mentioned we shouldn't give up on those direct flights to Melbourne or Sydney. But all in all, this is just incredible work. It's always a great report. I'm really encouraged. I've always been proud to live in this city, but reading this just informs me again, not that I need it, that this place is absolutely the best city in the world to live. Nowhere else comes close. Don't forget it, Mr. Van der Vos.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the team for a very fulsome report. There was a lot to take in, and throughout the report I kept hearing the word relationships this morning, and I'd like to thank the staff for the work that they do in building those relationships and holding those relationships on behalf of the city, because we all do need partners to work for the city. I asked a number of questions about investment and return on marketing, and I think we had a timely live work campaign. It was perfect ammunition and timing. Re Mayor Lewis' comments, re Dunedin has a past, Queenstown has a future. I hate to repeat that, but it was great to see that the Dunedin Wagging Tail Index ad with the true claim that in Dunedin dogs get 100% more beach walkies than Queenstown. I really like that campaign, and I did use that to just tickle Queenstown, because maybe they're jealous about our beach walks, so maybe that's why they had to diss us. I really would love to see us invest more in the Australian market to support the new flights. This is our key chance to get out and keep those flights. We saw the front page today, we see the issues with the airport, and we need to work really hard to maintain our status as a main centre in the South Island, and perhaps get a few more jets in. I also mentioned the estimated advertising value as a measurement, because we look at a lot of the stats that are how many Facebook views there are, etc., etc. But when I worked at the Peninsula Trust, I had a budget of around 100,000 for marketing, and we had a dashboard that we get from Tourism New Zealand, and it told me that over 5 years I got over $17 million estimated advertising value. And that comes back to those relationships again, which is getting those media and hosting them and spreading the word about Dunedin. So I think what I have, 170 times the investment from the Peninsula Trust we got back in the estimated advertising value, and that's just that stuff, not the full story. So I think we need to put more money into our marketing to get bang for buck, and I think the team are probably struggling a little bit with, we hadn't anticipated those Australian flights, and to think about shifting money from where to where to get that. I think the city's destination manager said we need to throw everything we can at it, and we need to be doing that now with our partners. And I did also ask about the eyesight, because there used to be over 70 eyesights, and now there's 49, and they're owned in a different kind of ways. So I am relieved to see that this model is under review, because in my opinion, it's just my opinion, we put a lot of money into the eyesight, around up to $1 million, and then we've got maybe the same for marketing, and my belief is that we need to put more money into marketing and perhaps think about how we're delivering the information when people arrive. I also asked about the sister cities early in the Forward Work Programme, because we don't get that reporting about the work that the sister cities are doing. And last night I was at the Dunedin Otaru sister city, and we're talking about delegations that we're going to host, events that we're going to host, businesses that are interested in here, and back to relationships again. So I think it would be really good and important if we could include those sister city relationships in some of this reporting. And I do agree with Councillor Vandervis about the below average Dunedin statistics, and I've been concerned for a long time about those statistics. Where I was around when we did the economic development strategy in 2013, working in Enterprise Dunedin and our economic development unit, and at that time we thought we had a big, hairy, audacious goal with 10,000 jobs and 10,000 extra income, but it's funny what inflation does to those numbers. I think that we would like to be above the New Zealand average in all our stats, apart from the house prices, of course, and affordability. And I think that we are doing the strategy refresh at the moment. I think we need to focus on really clear outcomes, and those do include those benchmarking incomes. Councillor Vandervis talked about investment and the need for it, and it is our job to create that environment for that investment. And our investment into economic development has actually been static for many years. It's sat around $6 million for a very long time. So I think we need to be considering that. But I think that we need to get the strategy right. I'm just keeping an eye on the time, because the strategy refresh does need to make a difference, a key difference in our economic development. And we would need to look carefully back again at the integrated approach with the relationships of putting the strategy together with all of our partners, because we've heard how important our partners are to us today.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I've never made any secret of the fact that I have huge respect for the ED team, the direction that they have, the work that they put in, the number of pies that they need to have their fingers in to make sure that the work gets done, much of which is done without the spotlight that it probably should get, so that everybody actually does realise what is actually being done. And it's only when you're able to have a workshop like this, or a presentation like this, a workshop, or sit down for a cup of tea or a coffee with some of the team, that you find out exactly what's going on. Recently, I was, in fact, on the last weekend, I hosted somebody who has spent her entire life working in the diplomatic service. So she has travelled the world, living and working in places all around the world. This was her first visit to Dunedin, and she said it was an eye-opening place, that she was absolutely flummoxed by Barnes dancers. So we ended up having to walk up and down George Street using the Barnes dancers so she could get her fill of it. She has said that the food and drink scene in Dunedin is at least as good, but she also rated a couple of things, including a croissant you can get at the farmers market, better than what she can get in Wellington. It has been mentioned that data is key, and that putting spin on data isn't going to help anything. Well, absolutely right. There was also reference made to the fact that the Quality of Life survey had Dunedin coming out the happiest place in the country, at 83% of people surveyed saying their quality of life was either extremely good, very good, or good, as opposed to Wellington at 81%, Christchurch at 80%, and Auckland at 75%. Having lived in all three of those places, I'm surprised Auckland actually got that high, given particularly when you start looking at comparison. Despite my despondency at the QEM earlier on in questions, the cost of living in Auckland, for example, we are about 18% cheaper for accommodation than place somewhere like Auckland. Groceries are anywhere between 2 and 3% cheaper, unless again you shop at the farmers market, which the ODT pointed out, last week, is around 13% cheaper than supermarkets. So public transportation is about 60% cheaper in Dunedin than it is in Auckland. Dining out is about 25% cheaper, despite it being at least as good, if not better, than other cities in the country. So all in all, we've got great things to trumpet. We also lose sight on the fact of the importance of business and tourism for the city, because it is everybody who is employed almost entirely within the city is employed in a business, or because it's tourism. So we need to focus on that, because the rising tide raises all boats, and so everybody is going to benefit from that. I do like was it open jaw or open mouth? I can't remember what. Open jaw, thank you. I do like the open jaw focus. That would be a clever thing to look at, and Councillor O'Malley his comment about getting everybody in the same room and revisiting what was talked about 3 years ago seems logical, because if we don't back ourselves, and I've said it before, if we don't back ourselves, nobody else is going to back us. So we need to absolutely back ourselves, and I look forward to getting the comparisons with the marketing that is done in Australia and how that compares to what might be a standard for such a thing, because with the amount of people coming from Australia and opening up direct into Australia, the planes go both ways. It's not just about advertising people from here to go to there. We need to encourage people to go from there to come here, and if 200k doesn't do it, but 250 or 300 would drastically increase the numbers, then the entire city is going to benefit from that. So yeah, thank you team, and again another great report, and I look forward to getting a little bit more sunshine onto some of the projects that you guys are doing, the very many and varied projects that you guys are underway.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remind everyone this is an activity and tracking report, and boy, has it got some news. And yes, there might be a dismal national context, we all know that, but there's so much good news in here as well, and Councillor Staines used to call it the Good News Committee, and I couldn't agree more. And what I wanted to point out was that the role of council as a facilitator is often not understood by our wider community, and we certainly have clarified that in the Study Dunedin space, what our role is there, but I don't think it's widely understood in the business community necessarily and other sectors. And I ask the question of you all, what have you done? What have you done to promote this city? And how we talk about our city matters. Words matter hugely. And so I remind all of my colleagues about that. I want to just pick up on a couple of points from the report. There's so much good stuff in here. And I just want to briefly talk about study, and we've heard about the economic benefit of that and the council's role clearly in that, and the importance of the delegation, and the fact we've got ENZ coming down, the new CEO is coming down to the city tomorrow because she thinks it's important enough to do so, and that is extremely important. We've heard from our liaison person the unique way that we approach study and the benefits of that, and we've heard about that collaboration and collegiality and our amazing Study Dunedin team in Santa Cherie and Anthony and the work that they do in that space. I love the work study campaign. Love a good campaign, and we do great campaigns here in Dunedin. And just a reminder to us all, they're not aimed at us, they're aimed at other people. And I just want to pick up on the Live Work campaign. Boy, is that value for money. I was astonished at how little we've spent on that. And I recall, and this often happens, you'll all have experienced this, when I was at the citizenship ceremony last week, I got into conversation, as I do, with a couple who had moved from Wellington via Oamaru for 3 years, and be careful what you say about Oamaru, hometown, but came to Dunedin, and the reasons they gave, one of them was from overseas originally, the reasons they gave for doing that absolutely fit with the kinds of points that we are picking up on. Love the campaign, great job. And I just pick up on a point on page 57 of the report where it talks about the national market reach has positioned Dunedin as, and I quote, the best small city to be an entrepreneur. How good is that? Film, the little show reel that's currently underway, in itself has employed local people, and I've just heard from a couple of them who haven't worked for a while in the industry and are doing other things, but they're so excited about it, they've got involved. And we know the impact that film has on the city. The digital interactive health I asked about because that has such potential, and sometimes we have to take the long view in terms of our investment in time and money around that. I asked the question what we've done, and I asked the question of our community what they have done to contribute, and I just want to pick up on the George Street report, and I thought that was amazing, the foot traffic for the George Street market, 17,000 normally versus the 49,000 foot traffic on that particular day. And so my question is, I wonder what retailers did to harness that foot traffic and get them in to the stores. And that really is the job of the retailers. We can bring them to the front door. It's about horse to water. And then what does the business community do to draw them in? And so what is the community doing as their part? We all play a part here. I want to give a shout out to our ED staff, and in the gallery we have Anthony Way, Sian, Suzanne and Hayden, behind me Fraser, and there are a lot in the office. You do an outstanding job and you do it with real commitment, and we've heard of John Christie's role in so many ways. Everyone has a part to play in this. And we need to attend to that. We need to, as elected members, make sure we speak about our city in a positive way as the great small city in the world that it is. And that's not being in denial, that's picking up on the strengths and developing them. And we also need to think about how we resource the team going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going over time, but we've got Councillor O'Malley, Councillor Houlihan, and then Mr Mayor. I'm going to vacate the chair for 2 minutes for a bathroom break, so Councillor Gary, you're in charge. So, that's right.
I'm just going to, there's been plenty said. I can move on to the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, like actually several others have said, I just want to say the Live Work campaign I think is fantastic, and targeting other centres with billboards and bus backs is just a great idea. Well done. I really like that, and the imagery is fantastic. The penguins and the, no, there's numerous things on there that are fantastic about our city. The superlatives are just so many, you could go on and on about it. It's fantastic, so I really like it. And following on from our Just Dunedin campaign, now this, I think it's an awesome an example of campaigns. And marketing doesn't need to be expensive. Something that a lot of people don't realise, but you can get a lot of marketing opportunity by seizing an opportunity when it happens, if it's relevant and fresh in the news at the time. For example, I'm thinking of a time when I was publicist at the Christchurch Arts Festival, and there's a reason I'm telling this quick story, is there was a play on called The Book of Fame, which was about the first All Blacks. Now, the tickets were a bit low, there wasn't many sales, and we had to think of different ways of getting people there. So I thought outside the square and started ringing around any All Black I could think of that was in Christchurch at the time. And I got numerous All Blacks coming to the event, and the whole opening ended up being a gala. There was media everywhere. It was a media scrum. You could barely move. There were so many people there, and so it was a huge success. So the suggestion I made earlier about us asking Brad Pitt to come and visit Dunedin got scoffed as if, oh, that's so silly lady, you know, wanting to see a good-looking actor. But if it was a woman A-lister, I'd say exactly the same, because those A-listers come with so many benefits. They've got media follow them nationally and internationally. Balclutha campaign to get 660 come to Balclutha. They got it, won the concerts in their city. And Dunedin could also get Brad Pitt come and visit, and the benefits of that, because if he looks at how beautiful our city is and sees it, that will go international. He has contacts, he speaks to other people, and it could mean a lot more work in the film industry for our city. I say, why not do something like that? It's out of the box, it's thinking outside the square, it costs us nothing to ask him to come, and it could generate some really good publicity. So why not? We do other things, we punch well above our weight in so many things. Dunedin is an awesome city, and it's worth showing it off to the world, and an A-lister is a good way to do it.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Well, unfortunately, Councillor Vandevers is right about the graphs. And what can be seen from the graphs is that COVID didn't do us any favours at all. But having said that, our track for growth was progressing quite nicely and in line with predictions, projections and hopes. However, it was thoroughly derailed with COVID, but we're back on that same trajectory again, and we're poised for even more growth into the future. I'll come to that in a minute. Of course, inflation hasn't done our household income much good, and that has really made a significant difference to our economy, I think. However, in terms of proposals for an inland port, we do have a proposal on the table for a logistics hub, which I'm very keen personally to see happen. And that is a mission of the President's involving primary exports, dairy, red meat, logs, and that will open up parts of Mosgiel for a whole lot of other industries to locate there. And with any luck, it'll be helped along by a heavy traffic bypass for Mosgiel, which we were asked for yesterday. And in terms of all those businesses are dealing with our number one export market, namely China, and Lord knows we have to keep our eye open, keep our contacts strong there, because our other close second equal export market is the USA, and things seem to be changing. Things are certainly looking like they're changing there. But there are a lot of Dunedin businesses, other Dunedin businesses above and beyond primary exporters, who are making significant sales to China. And over and above our education sector, they are opening doors in China using our sister city relationship. So that also bodes well for the future. I think Dunedin has a very bright future, and that bright outlook is very much enhanced by getting the full hospital build, which is critical to the future of Dunedin, because the biggest business in this town is education. And the education in the town is very much associated with the hospital, because we train a whole range of health professionals for that hospital. We don't just have a medical school and a dental school. We've got the university, the Polytech and the Southern Institute of Technology, all feed people into and out of that hospital and train people for the whole country. And so it is I suppose a statement of confidence in the future of Dunedin that Wholesome is now building a new concrete plant in this city. I imagine under the expectation of getting some of the concrete production for a new hospital, but also other developments that are happening in the city. So Dunedin is well poised for growth. And our mission for the future is to retain those brains that are trained in this city and build businesses of the future. And so, we do have a code, growth cluster, and Games for Health is the next cab off the rank. We also have a high-tech manufacturing cluster. And what we also need is a high-tech business cluster that uses all manner of high-tech businesses that are not necessarily manufacturing an actual product, but they could be manufacturing software as a service or online usable technologies or businesses or services that are easily spread and shared around the world and give us a lot of leverage. So I see that retaining the brains that we train will make a significant difference to the future as we move forward. And one of the key things that we as a council need to be doing at this juncture is putting more focus and funding into economic development. Because the team that we've got is very small and very lightly funded, especially compared to other areas of social development or of development that we promote and spend money on in council. And I think the critical thing that council can do to raise the average income in Dunedin is by putting some more funding into economic development via our team. And certainly they're doing a great job with what they've got, but I think they'll do an even better job if we provide more funding and more people to work in that area. Thank you.
Any further speakers? No. Okay, my right of reply. Councillor Walker, I agree Dunedin is the best place in the world to live. And as others have mentioned, that was backed up in the report that we received in the beginning of February, 4th of February. It stated that Dunedin had the highest quality of quality of life survey, with 83% of local respondents recording a positive response. I think that sums it up. Additionally, more than 3/4 of respondents, 76, felt Dunedin was a great place to live. I think that's the message we actually have to take home from where we're at with our reports, is the community love Dunedin and we love leading Dunedin, I think is the important part. I've recently been doing open homes because we've got a friend who wants to buy a house. And if you want to find out the vibe of what's happening around Dunedin, go and visit open homes. I only go to a fraction of them, but my wife and daughter and our friends go to them. And you will hear people moving to Dunedin. And that is a great litmus test on that factor. Councillor Vandervis, sometimes you make comments that I need fact check to see what is the real issue. The airport does have refuelling services. It can refuel big jets. There isn't an issue. And so I think when we deal with fact, let's deal with fact on that basis. I agree with Mr. Mayor. We do need to invest more money in economic development enterprise Dunedin. The team is working extremely hard. They're under-resourced at the moment. Thank you for everything you're doing. And this report was long and lengthy. It took us quite a while to get through, but I think there was a lot covered. So I'm happy to put it. Again, it was moved by myself and Councillor Gary seconded, that the committee notes the Enterprise Dunedin activity and tracking report for March 2025. All in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. Declared carried. We're going to go on to item 8, which is Project China update. So as the team are coming to the table, we want to move through this. Just to give you a heads up, at 1 o'clock we will have to change seats for a matter of opening the finance meeting and then adjourning it. But I'm hoping we can actually proceed quickly through the next parts. I say that optimistically. And then the second part of that is I've lost my train of thought. Sorry. Okay, there was something else to be added. Yeah, but I think we also need to take an adjournment at some point because I think there's others that need to sort of have a 5-minute break. So we'll just work our way through that. Okay, Project China update. Thank you, Mr. Liggett, Deeker, and Mr. Way.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of time, we're happy to take the report as read and take any questions.
Any questions?
Just simply after public forum and Ms Ashton's comment about teachers' conference and the interest shown by the Chinese schools and the Chinese teachers in terms of the way we do it, has any thought been given, or was that a new idea that just popped up this morning?
I thought it was a very good idea, and it followed on from the event where we hosted the Shanghai Municipal Education Commission in early December last year, where the exchange that took place was quite extraordinary in terms of their appreciation of the nature and design of education in Dunedin. That is a new idea, and it's a very good idea, and I think we need to pick that up. And I think there's a willing partner in Shanghai and the Education Commission who are already thinking in that space.
Councillor Walker, then Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Just briefly, Mr. Deeker, just going back to my questions earlier around the SAF visit, where will that be held, hosted, and how long will the team be here?
We hosted a group of 25 film execs in 2017 organised through SAF and Shanghai Media Group. And they've indicated that they want to come and visit us this year. We haven't got firm dates. Typically, a delegation has 3 days. That's from leaving to return. So they would probably have 2 nights and a day and a bit in the city. We've penciled a plan to workshop the idea of co-productions between the 2 cities and how that would look. We have the capacity in the city with existing producers with that finance experience. It would be a showcase of locations. We have established a screenwriter exchange already with Shanghai, so that's really about developing content. We now see a sort of the opportunity for a pipeline focused around the opportunity of co-productions, where if we have our writers in Dunedin and in the region presenting ideas back to a group like Visiting Producers from Shanghai, they can potentially indicate that's a great story, we could do more with that. And then at that point, there's the opportunity to set up a screenwriter exchange where the ideas can be developed more fully, and that's the beginning of the development of that IP, really.
Deputy Mayor Lucas and Councillor Gary.
Thank you. I know I understand very much, especially with China, the importance of relationships, and there's mention here about inbound delegations, but in the next 12 months, are we planning, I mean, I'm sure some of the schools and agents are going up, but are we planning any visits to Shanghai to build on their relationships?
At the moment, there's no planned outbound delegations that we're looking at the moment. Certainly, we would be providing support, obviously, to those people that are going into market, though, however.
Councillor Gary.
Mr. Liggett, I wonder if you could just speak to, it was raised somewhat earlier in our meeting around the fact we have this focus on China through Project China, but we don't have a project necessarily for other of our sister cities. But can you just speak to how important that's been in developing these relationships and then the reignition of those relationships post-COVID?
Certainly. I keep on always going back to the economic development strategy, which always identified Shanghai as the original sister city relationship, one of the ones that we were going to focus on in terms of further developing bilaterals and opportunities. The work that's gone into that over the last decade has opened up opportunities with Shanghai and beyond Shanghai. And certainly want to acknowledge the expertise and the relationships of the man sitting beside me here, and also the work of Anthony and John previously in this space. The theme of the feels like the meeting has been about relationships, and certainly the role that Way plays within there in terms of maintaining those relationships, understanding and asking some hard questions and good questions within there. So you as a city can have assurance around that. Is absolutely critical within there. There's plenty of lessons that we can draw on from sister cities, between sister cities, and how we approach and work with them. And certainly we feel privileged to have that focus on what we can do with Shanghai. We are looking at obviously doing what we can do with our other sister city relationships, and we're seeing opportunities within there again as well.
So that leads me on to my next question, my second question, which is about, and forgive me if I've got the pronunciation wrong, Guangxi. And the challenge post-COVID, where a lot of the people we had relationships with are no longer in their positions, and, at this end as well, and having to re-establish. So can you just speak to that concept in a Chinese sense? It's a word that describes it.
I think Guanxi is not like the stable, very stated relationship. It's a complicated relationship. So the meeting face to face is very important for keep the good relationship. So that's the reason I highly recommend it. So the outbound delegation to Shanghai and other cities is very important, especially for the mayor delegation. So that's a base for every corporation in our city.
So the manner of having the mayor and council involved is really important.
That's the base for all the corporations between university, like the agents, the schools, is on top of that.
And am I right in saying that we've the relationship building, which we had very strong relationships before, and we have again, but it takes time post-COVID with new people. We've got to spend time in market rebuilding over time with those people. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, absolutely right. So during the COVID, we still keep the relationship through the Zooms, but the Zoom meeting is not that strong. So the couple of trips post-COVID are very important. I think we get back to that level. So
thank you so much, Wei.
Any further questions? No? Okay. I'm going to move that the committee notes the Project China update report, seconded Councillor Gary. In speaking to this, thank you, team. Thank you, Wei. And thank you, formerly John Christie. When you actually, and I was fortunate, I went up twice in September and then in November, paid my own way, just for those watching, on both trips, to go up. When you are actually on a mayoral delegation versus just as a councillor and with officials, the mayoral delegation takes it to an even higher echelon. And to give you an idea, you'll see a picture in the report of meeting in the mayoral room with the Mayor of Shanghai. It's rolling out the red carpet. Our ministers, government ministers, when they go up, are struggling to get face-to-face time with the likes of the Mayor of Shanghai. We were able to go through there. Not only did the Mayor get a meeting, but he also had a 1-hour meeting. And when you have a 1-hour meeting, that shows your relationship status. It made the main news of the night. We went there, I think, the Tuesday morning. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, everywhere we went, they had seen it on the news. And you are thinking 28 million people pretty much watch this one channel in the news, and it's all coverage. And you walk into other meetings which you think are low key, and even if the mayor wasn't with us when we walked into a meeting, they knew exactly who we were and that we'd met the mayor earlier in the week. Our mayor-to-mayor relationship cannot be underestimated in any aspect. And again, I want to stress this. When everybody at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the embassy, the consulate in Shanghai wants to tag along, because in some cases it's the only way they get in front of some of these people. we are representing New Zealand Inc. It's not just the City of Dunedin, and the Mayor did a very good job in doing that through that event, or through that week. That then tag teams everything else, because when you go to a university visit afterwards, you go to a school visit or education visit, anything else afterwards, that ripple effect is extremely strong, and people want to do business on that basis. And I think that is well noted. The Shanghai Art Film Federation, when we talked to them, especially after seeing the movie Uproar, I was fortunate enough that I met some of them when they were here in 2017, when they came to present their movie. Farewell, My Concubine was what they presented. They all remembered it, and when I mentioned going to the Highlanders game, they very much remembered coming to Dunedin, and they can't wait to come back. And the other thing they said, can we come back when there's a rugby game on? So anyway, that made a huge impact on them. So it's not just about actually doing business, it's actually building that relationship and strengthening those relationships. I am frustrated that there is no mayor visit this year, because I know the importance of that, but we are in an election cycle, an aspect, but we do have to maintain that face-to-face connectivity and relationships. So that's all part and parcel of it. But again, thank you for the report. Speakers, I have the Mayor.
Yes. Look, it's hard to convey to people, and I think Chair has done a good job of doing that, but it's very hard to convey to people the importance and significance of our visits to China and the impact that has had for Dunedin. And I'd especially like to pay tribute to Dr. James Ning and Mayor Richard Walls, who started the whole ball rolling back in the day. And then Mayor Peter Chin, of course, who is very unusual for New Zealand to have a Chinese mayor. And all of the sister city visits that have taken place, and especially with John Christie, and very ably assisted by Mr. Hui. And he's been, Mr. Hui in particular, has put a lot of effort into cultivating the relationships we have with the sister city and various businesses and people up there. Right at the core of this relationship, it was referred earlier to spending some money on advertising and getting a 17-fold return. The money that we spend on the China relationship is measured in thousands. It costs us thousands of dollars each year. But the return is measured in millions. It is a 1,000-fold return on investment on an ongoing annual basis. And you only have to look in your report, page 75, it says there quite clearly 45 million, item 30, 45 million New Zealand dollars just for the international student recruitment. So that's the benefit to Dunedin of the international students. Above and beyond that, you've got 250 odd million for Silverfin Farms. You've got millions of dollars for AD instruments. You've got many businesses doing large-scale business with China and benefiting from the strong sister city relationship that we have. And one of the things I was specifically asked for on a previous trip was small volume agricultural products. So I took a particular business up there with us on the last trip in November, and he is exploring various opportunities for small volume agricultural products up there, but he's also actively importing products, small volume different or manufactured products from China for resale here. And so there's a lot of scope to utilise the strength of our connections and provide a whole lot of security for people who want to export goods to China and similarly import things from China. And I think that security is one of the key things, because the strength of our relationship means that there's much less pitfalls to be experienced along the way. And going back to the Silverfin Farm farmers, that relationship has made a huge difference to the income of Silverfin Farm cooperative farmers throughout New Zealand. So they all are able to measure their return on investment, their additional income that they received on an ongoing daily basis. And so I think that is a very strong relationship for us, and I hope that it continues long into the future, and thank you very much for all of the efforts the team has made in making it so strong to date. Thank you.
Councillor Gary, then Councillor Hula.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I couldn't agree more, Mr. Mayor. A small, relatively small investment in context and a huge return in the millions. And let's not forget, as well as international education business, the research that goes on, which is extraordinary. I just was reminded when Councillor Wiley was speaking about the tagging along. The Consul General, when I was up in Shanghai, also mentioned that that's been a long-standing comment, that we get more time with the upper echelons of local government in Shanghai than even the Consul General and others. So it speaks to the significance, and I just want to mention Mayor Cull's role in all of that. I believe he might have been in some of those photographs as he carried on the legacy. In Mayor Hawkins' time, of course, we were in COVID, so there were no trips up there, but certainly Zooms. It's the interconnectedness in this Project China work that's so important, and I just want to remind colleagues that when it comes to international education, don't underestimate parents' confidence in the city in terms of it being safe, and I see where you're nodding your head, and the warm welcome. And Wei, I want to pay tribute to you for the work you do. You worked so closely with John Christie. Both of you have deep relationships, obviously, for many, many years. It's going to take us some time to rebuild those from John, but you play a vital role in this work. You're trusted by those in China and from this end, and you do that bridging work. So just remembering that councillors work in this space is as a facilitator, and we punch above our weight and need to continue to do so.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I agree with what Councillor Gary was saying around particularly Wei and his relationships. Thank you, Wei. Whenever you've got a question about anything and you're going to an event, Wei is always available to answer your question and help. He's very useful. But hearing today from the public forum, and you could hear the enthusiasm and the support and the real, once again that word, the relationships that are being built with the high schools, the universities, the polytechs, and that goes through back into Shanghai and China. Those relationships connect up with other schools, other universities, and the shared knowledge that we all benefit from. It's not just the university in our city, it's the businesses. We've got many businesses that have benefited, as the Mayor previously said. Arts is also a big benefactor in that. I know previously with ID Fashion, there's a connection with China and Dunedin, particularly around ID and the fashion designers that have worked together on different things, and we've had them on our runway here before. The collaborations that we have are numerous, and in a time where globally things are unstable, and we have a lot of other countries that we've looked at that have been traditional partners are doing things that we're not expecting. And I think one of the best things we can do as a city is to build strong relationships like we have with China, and have friendships, which we do have. When I was at an event at the Chinese Gardens, Langwan, they talked constantly about the friendship. And certainly you heard the principal of Queen's High School talk about that, and her surprised at the importance they gave that relationship of Langwan with the sister city garden in Shanghai. So, as everybody said, I think we don't take this lightly. It's a very important relationship to our city, and I'd go as far as to say it's probably a very important relationship to our country. So, thank you to the people involved with all of this.
Okay, I see no further speakers, so I'll put it. All in favour? Aye. Against? Okay. Carried. We'll go on to item 9. It's just an eating campaign. And welcome everybody to the table. Miss Sutton, I'll let you to do the introductions and yeah, floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll take the report as read and take questions, but I'd just like to introduce you to Mr. Perry and Mr. Dawson. They feel like they're part of the whānau. So they're from Shotover Creative, and we've been working really hard with them as our partner agency on the It's Just campaign next iteration, which I will be showing you today, which is quite exciting. Oh, not yet. We might take some questions on the report, and we can do it in whatever order you'd like. Okay. May I do an introduction before we show the content? Is that okay? And feel free to chime in, guys. Yep. We've also got Mr. Parsons, who's been really heavily involved in this campaign, and he may have some comments as well. So this is the second phase of the campaign. It's just Dunedin. I wasn't here for the first phase, but really the first phase was around awareness and perception and aimed to sort of take Dunedin back to the market after the pandemic and a long period of, absence from the market as a result of that. When I arrived into the role, I received local feedback around the content, but the content has performed really, really well, which we can talk to later. So we went back to the drawing board a little bit in regard to how we wanted to position the second phase of the campaign, and we gave considerable thought to place, and many of the comments today have reinforced that what a beautiful place this is and what a great place it is to live. So we stripped it right back. In the midst of thinking about all of this, the flights were announced to Australia, so that kind of changed the landscape quite a bit. And because of budget constraints, we wanted to develop something that would be fit for purpose for the domestic market as well as the Australian market. So the content you're going to see today is for use in the Australian market as well. But we are talking about the tagline later on. The content we'll show you does have the tagline included.
I think the only thing to add, thank you for having us here, by the way. It's been an absolute privilege to see everyone's passion in finding solutions for the best interests of the city and the community. So just sitting there, we've been listening intently and been in awe at the passion that everyone's been showing, which has been fantastic. Just in addition to what Sian has described in terms of the latest iteration of the It's Just Dunedin campaign, which we'll talk later about. It's actually going to be targeted more in a more balanced way domestically and across the ditch in Australia. The only thing to add there is that when the first iteration of the campaign was almost entirely a domestic campaign, so the narrative that we produced for that campaign did rely on some inherent understanding of kind of social zeitgeists around the perception of Dunedin within New Zealand. The move to the narrative within the latest campaign takes into account the fact that we are talking to an international audience, and that those inherent understandings are unlikely to exist to the same extent. So I think that's probably a good enough preamble for before we get into the presentation.
So before we press play on these, I think we produced 10 different scenes. So we had to do quite a deep dive into finding out what these scenes would be. These are what we'd call purely or uniquely Dunedin moments. So we're not going to show all of them today. We're just going to show 3 or 4 video versions and a few of the static versions. So these videos, so version 1 featured the sort of the voiceover and the music, but for this version we've decided to strip it right back, so you'll hear just the ambient sounds of Dunedin, which gives the viewer, should give the impression of sort of being in the scene and taking it all in. Sort of leans into the authenticity of the Dunedin brand, but we reintroduced the Dunedin tone of voice as well, which was a comment that was missing sort of in version 1. So you'll see some of that sort of quirky humour and that wry tone that we're known for. So, do we want to?
Yeah, let's unveil it.
So that's pretty much the structure of all of them. Short 15 to 20 second ads, like I said, ambient sounds, authentic moments that you'll only get here.
So that's a small sample of some of the video content, but we've also got some statics. So there's a scene that's a video also about Baldwin Street, which you see here represented in a static. So all of these content pieces will have posters, for want of a better word, to go with them. That's it.
Just one comment I'd like to make. As we saw all of that, it really kind of brought back memories to me, and there was a lot has been said here today about the warmth, hospitality of Dunedin, and we travel the country producing content like this for various brands, and I can honestly say that Dunedin is the easiest place that we have ever produced a production of this scale, purely just because of the all of the various operators that we've worked with, just the emotional investment that everyone had in producing a high quality result, and it's testament to the relationships that the guys at Enterprise Dunedin have with the community, that everyone came to the table with an extraordinary amount of positivity, and they couldn't do enough for us in order to achieve a great result and to make our lives as easy as possible. So I just wanted to make that comment before we move into the rest of what we need to say.
I guess interested in initial reactions, thoughts, feelings.
Okay, I've got questions from Councillor Gary, Walker, Mayor Raddick, and Councillor Weatherall. So, and perfect.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to clarify something, because we get feedback. We had it with Plan D, and yet it was nominated as, an extraordinary campaign. Just Dunedin really got people talking. But would you speak to who this is targeted at and who it's not targeted at? Because I think that's a really important point. And by the way, I love the Just Dunedin, and I think the vignettes are really superb. Great job, Hayden and Shot Over Creative.
Nice. In terms of who the campaign is targeted at, the previous iteration of the campaign was almost entirely domestic. I believe our audience was somewhere in the region of 90% domestic, 10% Australia. This and very much we targeted the metropolitan areas predominantly, didn't we, within New Zealand? There was a certain amount of targeting within the Dunedin area, which was predominantly to capture the cruise market, as I understand it. But we were targeting a very wide variety, with the first iteration of the campaign, a very wide variety of prospective visitors to the city, which also included students and prospective event goers as well. This latest iteration of the campaign, that has shifted slightly. The demographics remain the same, which is, I believe, a 18 to 35 demographic, 35 to 55 and a 55 plus demographic. They've remained the same, but we are putting less, or we haven't been targeting students and event goers. This time around is purely the tourist market in both Australia and New Zealand. Yeah.
So my subsequent question is around those stats. They're extraordinary. I mean, they took my breath away. I loved it, but I loved the campaign, but I didn't expect to see stats like that. Do you have any comments to make about those stats in comparison maybe to other work you do, or any points within the stats you'd like to highlight?
Sorry. I think the engagement is probably the most extreme increase in relation to Plan D. A big part of that is the medium that we chose to use. So we do find in a lot of our campaigns that video content performs on average around about 30 times greater than display content. I would say, yes, this particular content, it's not just there could have been macroeconomic factors involved in that as well. So obviously the original campaign was launched at the end of 2022. The Plan D campaign, I believe, was launched in 2020 after the lockdowns. So obviously during the launch of the Plan D campaign, we did see a period of rapid economic recovery after the lockdowns, and we did have a market that should have been engaged because they couldn't go anywhere else. Obviously the borders were still closed when the Plan D campaign was distributed. When It's Just Dunedin was distributed, we had open borders, so there was a lot more competition in terms of destinations that our market could go to. So there could be an argument either way in terms of how those macro factors affected engagement, but the overwhelming factor for the increase in engagement, I would say, is the medium that was chosen to be used, and the fact that we produced content that was visually very spectacular and engaging. And obviously we tried to show off part of this campaign was all about the spectacle of Dunedin and the raw natural beauty of Dunedin, and I think that spectacular imagery, it demanded attention, and we certainly got it digitally, for sure.
Excellent, thank you.
I'm conscious of how close we're getting to 1 o'clock. The advice I've been given is that we pause right now for Councillor Vandervis to start the finance meeting, and then basically we then adjourn that and then come back to this. Okay, so I move that we adjourn. Seconded Councillor Weatherall. All in favour? Aye. Carried. Councillor Vandervis.
Don't think there's any need to play musical chairs. I just would like to declare at 1 o'clock that the Finance Council Controlled Organisations meeting is open. We are still unable to complete the Economic Development meeting, so to facilitate that, we will simply now adjourn the Finance Council Controlled Organisation until the Economic Development meeting is finished and we've had lunch. And what I suggest is that we reschedule the getting back to Finance and Council Controlled at 2 o'clock. I'm easy either way, whatever.
Okay. Yep.
So finance is adjourned. Back to you. All those in favour? Thank you. Carried.
It's all W's. Okay. So questions. I've got Councillor Walker.
Another W. Thank you, and thanks, guys, for the presentation and the info in the documents. It's great news. Love them. Fantastic. Fits in everything I think about on brand in Dunedin. Just a couple of things. I'm just asking these questions in response to previous campaigns, because Dunedinites being Dunedinites will look for little things to critique. First of all, love the one with the sea lion, but there is very strict rules in Dunedin around 20 metres from a sea lion, and that didn't look like 20 metres for me, so be prepared.
Oh no, we work. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
We work very closely with Doc, and the believe it or not, so the crew were the talent were well beyond 20 metres from that sea lion, and believe it or not, that camera was on the 20 metre mark, so we were using a telephoto lens, and so we were just using cinema magic to make everything look a lot more compressed and closer than it actually was.
Great, just be prepared for that. So yeah, I wasn't stressed. It was more the human being who was in it. Sorry, are you pressing me out of this again, Sean?
I don't know how that works.
Okay.
I'll just add that we had a local tourism operator there just keeping an eye on things as well, just to make sure that we're doing all right. So it's good to have them there. Yeah.
Great news, because I won't be the only one to mention that. And that one's appropriate because I thought, again, with critique, any way of photoshopping out the weeds?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really would be a good move, because again, you want to focus on the campaign, not the fact that DCC is being remiss in its upkeep of its cityscape.
Make that tomorrow's first thing, John.
Thank you.
It was noted by us that saw the preview of this, so yeah. Mayor Reddick.
Yes, given that this is phase 2, have you thought about changing the word? So instead of it's just Dunedin, you could have, well, my suggested a possibility might be it's classic Dunedin, or it's just classic Dunedin, because the feel of the campaign at first glance is quite it's quite depreciating of Dunedin, I feel. And so it certainly was my first impression when I first saw it, and the impression's still there. I think we'd be better to move to a more positive adjective, but I just make that suggestion. So have you thought about that? Is that by changing the word at this, because it's a phase 2? You're changing up the campaign and you're appealing to people that don't understand Dunedin. They're in foreign markets, foreign places, and you're looking to get them on that Qantas flight to Dunedin. So it's classic Dunedin, because we're trading on our wildlife and heritage values, and obviously there's a lot of wildlife and beautiful beaches in the imagery so far, and the imagery and video is fantastic. So
there's been a lot of discussion within the team about the It's Just campaign and the words It's Just. We've had feedback locally. So in the paper, we've provided an option to discuss dropping the It's Just. My advice from a marketing perspective would be we don't want to rush the next tagline. We want to think about it and have a considered approach. When I look back in the annals of history around the Dunedin brand, and when I say brand, I don't just mean logo, I mean the story, the essence of the city. It's been over 10 years since we've had a discussion with our community, and that's the key word here. We haven't had a discussion with our community around what it means to be a Dunedinite for quite some time, and one of the actions within the destination management plan is to look at refreshing the place story and the stories that surround our brand. What I would be saying, if we want to launch a new tagline for a campaign, it would come after the work we do to co-create the very essence of our story with our community. One of the other gaps that has been identified within the brand is the lack of mana whenua storytelling or narrative within the bones of our story. But I think it got launched in 2010, and the last iteration of the brand guidelines was done in 2017, and a lot has changed in the city. So I would say we need to do that bigger, broader piece of strategic work before we would launch into a tactical reaction to a tagline. I think we need to ask our people in our community what it means to be this city.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you. I note that option 1 is to proceed with the campaign but remove It's Just from the logo. Is there any particular reason why it's been included in these mock-ups?
It's been included in the mock-ups because currently that was the council decision around the campaign, so we've kept it as is. It's not a hard task, I say that would be your work. It's not a hard task to remove the It's Just, but we didn't want to presume that that would be the outcome of today, so we've brought the campaign as it was decided when it was launched.
And you mentioned tagline a few times today, and I look at it and I think, I like your professional opinions. Do you think Dunedin cuts it as a tagline, Dunedin?
I think what Sian just said is bang on the money. I think really a piece of work that with time spent with the community, gathering feedback and doing a proper a proper piece of analysis and execution on the brand direction moving forward into the long term would be the appropriate, sitting here and giving my opinion off the top of my head, I don't think is going to be particularly valuable. I think a really structured piece of work that focuses on the Dunedin brand and how it should communicate going forward, what the current assets are, what the current style of communication is, and how whether that needs to change, and if it does change, how it should change. I think that would be an extremely valuable piece of work in order to answer that question.
Just to build on that, I do think that the Dunedin logo holds a lot of strength. Ironically, this morning I was driving into work behind a car with a sticker of the Dunedin logo, and we all agree, I think, at this table that what we have as a strength around our brand is the application of the brand that's widely used across businesses. There's people sitting at this table today who are proudly wearing the brand. That's a really unusual amount of value in a brand that you don't see in other cities, on window fronts, on T-shirts, and it's cool, so there's a lot of value in that. When we talk about a brand refresh, we're talking about place branding and the story that goes with it. The example that I will talk about is Tasmania. So I had a meeting with the CEO of Brand Tasmania a couple of weeks ago because I admire the work that they did to turn around their brand, and it is a very extensive process with the community that involves co-creating the story. We can't tell them what the story is. They have to tell us. And when I spoke to him, he conducted, I think, over 400 interviews with people across the community to come up with that brand story that's superb if you look into Brand Tasmania, and it actually has a lot of economics associated with it, so they call it brand financials. In my conversation with him, I did ask him if he would come and address this council to talk about place branding, because he's one of the experts globally in that space. He's just been procured by, headhunted by Gold Coast to be head of brand Gold Coast. So he's going to recreate that brand, which is a really hard proposition from a branding perspective. But speaking to him, you really get under the hood of the value of co-creating and coming up with the stories that we tell, and the way I think someone mentioned, the way we talk about ourselves as a city, and how that then feeds into all of the work that we've talked about today in terms of economic development. So I think we could keep the tagline or we could drop the tagline, but to come up with a tagline today or tomorrow under duress without co-creating that with the very people that live here would be a missed opportunity for this city, given that we've had, over 10 years since we last did that exercise, and, who are we now today as a city?
And
one last question is, it's always been rammed down my throat when it comes to advertising, is frequency. If you haven't got frequency, you don't get bang for your buck. This is just the Dunedin campaign that we've had for a very short period of time, probably under a year or maybe a year. Do you think that we've got bang for our buck and we actually got the frequency that we were desiring from the start?
Just in terms of value, there was a question asked earlier about comparisons against other similar RTOs. I can draw a comparison to Wellington, for example. During the period that this campaign was live, Wellington spent $550,000 on a 4-month campaign to drive visitation to Wellington during the winter months. The media spend for that was 3 times greater than the It's Just Dunedin campaign, and it ran for 3 times less time. Queenstown has a $1.6 million budget for consumer marketing on an annual basis, and Tasmania, that Sian just mentioned, during the launch of in the 22-23 tax year, during the launch of the last Come Down for Air campaign, spent $27 million on advertising. So in terms of cost efficiency, this campaign, in the grand scheme of things, against other similar RTOs in New Zealand and Australia, is extremely cost effective, and the results that have been demonstrated for that spend have been very good. We've Dunedin has held its position, not only held its position in terms of people visiting the city, but also people considering a trip to Dunedin. That's increased by 1% over the campaign period, whereas the competitor average has actually fallen by around 2 or 3% in that respect, and the category has actually declined by 6% in terms of people qualifying for the category. So that's so the question there is basically people being asked, are you have you been or are you intending to go on a domestic holiday within the next X period of time? That has actually declined by 6%, whereas the number of people that have been to Dunedin and considering a trip to Dunedin has remained the same and increased over that same period. Obviously, the amount of people that have been funneled through to the website has improved, and the number of people that have been what we would call third-party referrals referred from the website to Dunedin business websites has also increased quite significantly on the previous campaign from Plan D. So yeah, given the relative spend versus other RTOs within the region and the results that have been achieved in terms of engagement, referral and sentiment across the New Zealand population, the bang for buck has been, I would say, excellent.
Just one last question that is around, you haven't touched on the frequency, as in how long do you intend this campaign to run? Because you mentioned that the budget is not huge. Are you going to say a few weeks, a couple of months, or stretch it out over a year? Because then you're not going to get frequency.
So the original contract negotiation for this campaign, the It's Just campaign, was for a period of three years. That is coming to an end. What I would like to see, and this would be as a result of a much bigger strategic place branding project, would be a more enduring campaign. So by way of example, Tasmania has had Come Down for Air for a really, really long time, and then they bolster that with seasonal campaigns throughout the year, which are kind of, 3-month, quarterly type campaigns that go on. But I think for us, the frequent change in taglines could be perceived as confusing, but I don't think we've done the work, the real work, the place branding work for a long period of time to land on something that truly represents how our people feel about this place and what this place represents right now, today. But to answer your question more directly, this campaign would go on until we finish the work that we do with the community, if we wanted to go down that pathway. And then we would give a lot of consideration to a tagline that might be more enduring for the city. Hard work, though, very hard work to land something.
Thank you. I'm just going to step in here. We've got questions from Deputy Mayor Lucas, Councillor Hulan and Councillor Gary, but I'm also going to make the unusual step of moving the motion and putting it on the screen so people can see it now, what I intend to move. I'm not going to ask for a seconder right at this moment. Okay, take yours off, thank you. I'm not going to ask for a seconder right at this moment so people can look at it, but I just get there's a lot of what do you think type of questions coming up. I want to sort of move this along as quick as I can, and I think by putting this motion up, people can see what the intention I've got from where I sit. And I'm not speaking to it or anything like that, but I just want to try and move this meeting along. So, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I'll just ask one question, and picking up on what you've talked about frequency and target tourist market. So I guess looking at what we've seen here is we don't see the normal icons, I guess, to use a word. I mean, we see the train, but really we haven't, in the images that we've seen, we don't see what we've normally associated with Dunedin. So just maybe some thinking on that.
So in version 1 of the campaign, we had a lot of the icons, monarch, Larnac. So part of that was spreading the love around and showing some different experiences. But also, was there anything you want to add to that?
I'd probably say there's more scenes to be developed, and the castle and some of the iconic scenes have been put on the table, but we did want to show some other parts of Dunedin, and we used Tourism New Zealand insights to develop the campaign. So we weren't able to do what I would call primary market research into Australian markets, but we were able to do tertiary research, which involved looking at TNZ data, Angus and Associates data, and what we see from that is that people are looking for natural experiences, they're looking for detour destinations, walking, hiking, nature experiences, culinary and food experiences are really big in that Australian market. So we've tried to develop content that will be able to be used in the Australian market as well as domestically, that resonates with some of those consumers.
I'm just mindful of some of the questions that the operators will ask, because there's really only a couple of operators effectively that are shown here. Most of it's free experiences. But also, and this is just an observation, and I'll use an example. When I was involved with ID, we had attracted a very amazing designer out of Europe, and they kept coming with questions and questions and questions, and then we realised that they'd seen all these images, which if we looked at a lot of these beach images, they thought that they were going to a tropical beach. And then when they realised they weren't, they never came. So, I mean, my suggestion is just make sure you mix up the images in the marketplace so that people don't think they're coming to a beach holiday.
And obviously we know from the data that the team have given us that we are known for our Gothic architecture and our urban setting, and we need to lean into that because that is a unique selling point for the city. So depending on what happens today, I mean, we would like to develop more of those scenes, and we've already been thinking about what they would look like. But what was interesting to me from a perception perspective is that we're not ranked very high for wildlife or natural experiences compared to our competitor regions, which was surprising to me in terms of what we do offer as a destination. And I think probably what we can put that down to is we've done a lot of previous marketing around the urban, the Victorian architecture and really sold that unique value proposition, but perhaps not the wildlife as much as we could have. It was a surprise to me.
Yeah, so from the first iteration of the campaign, we actually saw a 4% increase in people believing that Dunedin is known for its history and culture. That's compared to the competitor average of, it was 42%, but that reduced by 4% over the campaign period to 38%. But yeah, as you said, Sian, natural beauty and wildlife, we increased it over the campaign period from 35 to 37%, but in relation to the competitor average, which did decline from 47 to 45%, that's still trailing the competitor average by 8%, which I found extraordinary given the natural beauty and wildlife that we have in Dunedin.
Okay, Councillor Gary, then Barker and O'Malley.
Thank you all. This is fascinating. Just looking at the decision that we're asked to make today and setting aside the brand discussions, and thank you for your expert advice around that. So setting that aside, we're really being asked to decide whether to drop the tagline or not. And I'm reluctant to do so because I think it's been really successful. If you follow the evidence, I always make my decisions based on evidence. In your expert opinion, what is the result? And I can see there's some benefits of dropping the tagline in terms of the market we're going into now. So I would like to hear your expert opinion around dropping it or not dropping it, please.
I think at this stage there's probably bigger factors involved beyond what we can be involved in at this point. I think the long-term future of the brand needs to be considered as well. So Sian and I have had a conversation about the exactly what Councillor Weatherall was talking about, the frequency and the longevity of the campaign and the shelf life of the campaign. Dropping it's just a big benefit to that, for example, would be the potential use of this content in future campaigns, potentially beyond a brand refresh and a new tagline. So obviously this particular tagline, it was this wasn't plucked out of the air either. This was developed using a pretty robust market research report produced by the research agency, and it was felt that It's Just Dunedin was a misconception or a sentiment that was felt domestically that we could pivot. At least the same amount of work needs to go into any future planning for the brand, if not more, considerably more. And the benefit of dropping It's Just would allow this content to potentially be used in that context, even though we don't know what that context is yet. And I think that's a very powerful factor that needs to be considered.
That's hugely helpful, thank you. And so would it read Dunedin? Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to look at the data, and we have experience because we have a residents' opinion survey, and we know that when we survey around, how many in that, around 261 people, that the margin of error is around 6%. And I see that you're using Tracksuit, and it says that it surveys 250 Kiwis per quarter. So could we assume that the margin of error is around the 6% as well?
I'd have to speak to Tracksuit to get their to get a specific number from them in terms of what they feel their margin of error is. But yeah, there is a potential margin of error there. Yep.
So is there any statistics to show it over a longer period, or just because the campaign's just been in that time?
So those numbers are over the year. So those surveys would have been at least 1,000 surveys. Yep.
And my next question is just around the thinking about targeting in Australia. So was the Tourism New Zealand research for the active considerers, was that what all of this was based on?
I don't have that data on hand, but there were two categories of visitors that we looked at. I'd have to pull up the report and I can give you the email on that. But we did have a creative ecosystem document that was created when we set about doing this. Do you remember?
This background, it relates to what Tourism New Zealand are doing in market and umbrellaing the marketing work into the Australian market, and it's really important to align with them, and also the amount of the research that was done. And the latest was I think it's 2024 research, and it just talks about the activities sparking interest among those intending to visit. And in the the 90s, there's wildlife, cuisine, local towns, beaches and coasts, visiting national parks, heritage sites and historical sites, all in the 90% range. And I just wondered whether that research was used for targeting, because it's going to be really important to us to, because we haven't got much money, to use that research for targeting.
Yeah, do you want to speak about how we're targeting, Jace, on the digital side?
So with regard to the Australia and influencing the Gold Coast to Dunedin direct flight, we're working on a geocachement of within a 5-hour driving radius from the Gold Coast airport area. We've broken that down further into postcode regions rather than just being a broad reach Gold Coast segment. It's made up of sort of micro areas. We've done some sort of specific age range targeting, and it's around that sort of 25 plus age region, as well as specific interest based targeting across sort of social advertising. Same with Google display advertising, the same geo-targeting rule applies. We also utilise interest-based audience targeting, so it's looking at those that are specifically after historic scenery, mountain biking, fine dining, travel, family travel, etc., as well as those targeted keywords of those that are looking for trips to, say, planning a trip to Queenstown, planning a trip to New Zealand, or Dunedin specifically, and in order to entice
interest, and we expanded that a little bit further beyond just the direct I'm interested in Dunedin. It's trying to get into the mindset of what are they interested in within the Dunedin ecosystem, and trying to influence behaviour there.
And my next question just relates to the tourism partners, and I know, Sian, that you came to Dunedin, I think it was last week, it feels like a while ago. How are they going to get the information about how they connect and invest into the campaign? Will there be like a marketing plan that comes out with the times where they can invest? Because I know their budgets are tight and they're looking for the times.
To date, we share all of the content that we produce with our operators so they can re-share it. We haven't talked about financial contributions to the campaign. As you will know, the Australian market conversation really just started in essence last week. I think they really started to see the importance of that market to their individual business endeavours. But we want to collaborate. So any way we can get them involved, and you know, I think Councillor Weatherall said it's about repetition, and you know, that placement's so important. If we've got multiple partners placing on our behalf, then that just helps to reinforce all of that messaging. But we have a great relationship with the operators. Yeah.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks. It was unusual that wildlife was not really picked up as a thing for this area, and I'm wondering, and I guess we can't somewhat checking this with the tagline itself, have we been a bit obtuse in our tongue-in-cheekness to the point that while we get the joke because we've made the joke, others don't when it goes out? And so do you do any audience assessment from outsiders when you do these campaigns to say if a person who has no knowledge of Dunedin looks at this campaign, do they feed you back what they think you've just shown them?
Yeah, so actually in the report, we don't have page numbers for the report, but for within this particular document, we're looking at page 97. So these are custom statements that we have made for all of our survey respondents. So the 1,000 surveys that we mentioned that were conducted during 2024, where we're asking specifically here about natural beauty and wildlife, history and culture, distinctive food and drink experiences, whether Dunedin is for people like me, and whether Dunedin has a wide range of things to see and do. So during the, you know, to your point about this particular campaign potentially falling flat from a wildlife perspective, we have actually seen a 2% increase in the number of people believing the statement that Dunedin is known for its natural beauty and wildlife. So, you know, all of these figures here don't they are not in relation specifically to the campaign. They take into account all of the great marketing work that's being done by Enterprise Dunedin as well. But it does give us a snapshot of how how things are trending with our domestic audience versus our competition. And so we can see that things are going positively from in pretty much all aspects. When you take into account the decline in the tourism market over the period, even where we're saying Dunedin is for people like me, that's held its position at 36%, and Dunedin has a wide range of things to see and do has held its position at 42%. When you compare...
My question actually isn't that, it's actually, do you do focus groups? Like specifically focus groups, so they look at your ads and they go, if I go on a plane, I'm going to be arriving at this, and this is what I'd feel I'd be arriving to. Yep.
I wasn't here for the beginning of campaign, so you can probably speak to that if you did it. What I can say for the Australian market content is that we have not done that primary research. We don't have the budget to do focus groups, to be honest. It's really, really valuable work, and if you were doing marketing, purest, really great marketing, you would absolutely do all of that work, but it does require money. Yeah.
They're lovely images, but there's no city in them. And my impression would be I'm going to Stewart Island, to be honest. I'm going to a very unpopulated area. And I think that the main attraction of Dunedin is that you can have a dinner at a 5-star restaurant and then go and watch a sea lion on the beach with an Uber ride. And that's not quite captured in that at the moment.
Yeah, that was certainly captured in phase 1, and obviously we haven't seen all of the content there, so there is content in restaurants as well. I would say it's probably only one. I think the Esplanade piece of content, but we were mindful of that fact and covered off particularly the food and drink aspect and needing to show a level of metropolitan activity, Baldwin Street being another. But yeah, to your point around focus groups, we run focus groups for a number of our clients, and they have pros and cons to them. Focus groups typically give you a very small data set, and it's anecdotal qualitative data. I would argue that the custom statements that we get from 1,000 people through survey responses is probably more valuable and more insightful than our focus groups allow us to ask a lot more questions and dig deeper into that granular level of data. I certainly wouldn't trust a couple of small focus groups to influence the direction of a campaign.
A little bit unrelated, but Councillor O'Malley, if you can find a tagline that says exactly what you expressed just there, the ability to go out for dinner and then see a sea lion, we grapple with it constantly in our team because that's part of the essence, right? It's the urban environment right on the edge of this beautiful, spectacular wildlife. If we can nail that in tagline, we've won. We just can't come up with it at this point.
City in nature, something like that. I mean, basically it's the proximity. I mean, an aerial view of Dunedin tells it right up.
I'm going to hold that.
Yeah, no, I know, but I mean in terms of...
But no, not only that, is I've got two more questions.
I just got asked for takeaways.
I don't know about everybody else, but I'm ready for lunch. So I'm going to just get a whim around the table right now, because we are going to break for half an hour for lunch, whether it's now or whether it's after the two questions, knowing that there's no more questions coming, and then when we come back, we come into debate. Okay, so I see nods for that. So we are going to take the two more questions, and then I'm cutting questions off. We are then going to have a half-hour break for lunch, and then we will come back to debate, and then finish the meeting, and then go into finance. So the final two questions are from Councillor Walker and Councillor Houlihan.
Mine will be quick because my belly is rumbling. So in terms of the motion here, and B, when I read the papers, I was relatively agnostic on whether we wanted to keep it or not. And from what you've said, so I'm just clarifying so everybody else is clear, one of the key advantages of removing the "it's just" is, from what I'm hearing, is it basically will end up extending the shelf life of this campaign sort of ad infinitum. Is that right?
Potentially. So it depends on the outcome of the of any brand development moving forwards, because that brand development may also make this content obsolete. So yeah, it gives you the opportunity for that content, or the potential for that content to be used going forwards, without knowing specifically how the brand is going to evolve. For sure.
Okay, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. When you said earlier our competition, who do you consider when you're putting this package together, who our competition is?
Hawke's Bay, Christchurch, Wellington, Southland and Queenstown.
Okay, so I am going to basically adjourn the meeting for lunch at 1:35. We will come back at 2:05, and we will start at 2:05. So if you're here, you're not there. I've got a message from Councillor Gilbert. He's an apology for early departure from finance becomes an apology from ED. So he's all sorted there, and go from there. So, seconded Councillor Walker. All in favour? Aye. said, we'll move straight into taking me moving the motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Weatherall, thank you. So in speaking to this motion, as you see on the screen, I think it's pretty much sums up everything. One thing I did want to highlight was paragraph 21 in our papers, where it talked about the advantages of creating more evergreen content aligning with phase 2 visuals, redirect savings from creative work into broader reach, especially in Australia, aligns with the Ōtepoti Dunedin Destination Management Plan Action 3.1, defining Dunedin's unique brand and story. And I think the one thing we need to do is we do need to invest in the brand regardless, and that brand being Dunedin, and campaigns can work around that. And it just was a campaign. And I think the part being is we do need to strengthen and really invest in the branding, and it's Dunedin is a brand that's actually stood for a good chunk of time. When it came out, it was a little bit, it got a lot of commentary, but yet the longevity of that branding already has really stood the test of time and its classic nature. So that's all I have to say at this point of moving. I'll take speakers. So Councillor Weatherall, Councillor Barker, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased this item highlights the concerns I have had around the It's Just logo from the first time I viewed it. In this instance, only one letter separates a negative logo from a positive one. If you replace the J with an M, you get must. Must is positive, just is negative. On a positive note, the Dunedin Destination Advertising Campaign brilliantly highlights Dunedin's unique brand and story with clever, meaningful, humorous statements and images that leave lasting impressions. The Dunedin logo has longevity and is a very strong brand, and I do not want it damaged by negative connotations that just brings. This is simply a no-brainer vote. We need to be positive and kick that It's Just logo into touch where it belongs. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I too agree that we should remove the tagline, and for the reasons used by Councillor Wiley, and also just reiterating the point that it creates more evergreen content. I did wonder what evergreen meant. Obviously, it means that we can use the creative for a long time. The Just Dunedin, we really have to have locals embracing the campaign, and there's always going to be haters, and we need people to love the campaign, love and share it, because I think that It's Just Dunedin has ended up on social media with people not being very happy about it, but we want something that they love, and I don't think we can argue with the Dunedin brand. I know that the visitor industry have not loved the self-deprecating tone of the Dunedin brand in some ways, in the ways that it doesn't connect. They see Dunedin as a really strong destination, as do all of the people that send us people, and they think that we should be yelling our attractions from the rooftops. And I asked about having a marketing plan, because I know that the tourism industry particularly want to buy into these plans, but what they need is a long lead time in their marketing, and also some budget around how they can actually invest in that. And I just want to thank Sian for last week at the Dunedin host meeting for inviting operators to be part of that conversation. I thought that was really important. I think that our Dunedin brand value is immense, it's precious, and it should be protected. And when we're talking about longevity, ours is a bit of a baby at 15 years. The 100% Pure campaign for New Zealand is 26 years old. So you just can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Personally, I used to have mixed feelings about the brand, but now I see an incredible number of businesses using it, people adopting it as their own and using it on their made in Dunedin businesses, their cars, their bodies, and people wearing the brand, not just city councillors. The brand's very famous, and we have our amazing Margie Robertson from NOMD as the brand icon, and she's one of the celebrated New Zealand 4 and World Renowned. And just this weekend, when I open up my paper, my Sunday Star Times, and I do subscribe to the ODT as well, there's Margie on the front page of the pull-out is the fashion princess of New Zealand in her Dunedin branded clothes, and I think that's an incredible value for Dunedin's brand to be closely associated with someone who is so famous in fashion, with the unique, edgy and intelligent fashion as well. I do agree that we need to work with the community on a long-term branding campaign when the time is right and when we have the investment available, because we need to dig into what does the brand mean to us all. Right now, I don't think we have that money. I think that any money that we have needs to be spent on that Australian campaign to get the people over here and to support the airline coming in, because I'm really, really worried that if we don't do it right, we will lose that opportunity. Because I think I said earlier, we see on the front page of the paper that we have those issues around making our airport and keeping it as the main centre for Dunedin. And I just wanted to look at the brand guidelines, and the essence of the brand is described as intriguing. And there's all the E's here. The description of us as Dunedinites, and I want you to think about whether you relate to this. We are educated, enterprising, embracing, edgy, expressive, entertaining, and eco-centric. So I don't think we can argue with the brand, but I do think that the tagline for this campaign does need a change, because that self-deprecation is just not working for us.
Perfect. Councillor Walker's next, then Councillor Gowrie, Councillor Houlihan, Councillor Benson-Pope, and Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, I think my NOMD T-shirt that I own is the only piece of designer kit I own, actually. And Councillor Barker will know how much of a fashion icon I am. Not. Listen, I've said this before, and when it comes to marketing campaigns, to me, it's a wee bit like art. You can take, whether it's Da Vinci's Mona Lisa or Motorhead's Ace of Spades, you'll take a view on it. You'll have half the people love it, half the people hate it, and a few in between will not have, or some will not have an opinion. So on that note, I mean, I've generally liked most of the campaigns that we've run in the city. There's a few that maybe have not been so great a long time back, and I've liked the It's Just Dunedin campaign. I think it's done well. The stats show it's done pretty well, and I sort of like the story behind it. I don't know if it's self-deprecating, doesn't necessarily have to be negative. It can, again, it's playing to what we are, and again, it goes to those comments I've made consistently around this table about us trying not to be something we aren't, and I think many cities of our size around the world have fallen into that trap in the past. And I think the quicker you realise that and get out of it and be who you are, the better it will be ultimately. And as I said in questioning, I was fairly agnostic on part B here. I didn't really care whether it stays or goes, because, as I say, I don't mind it. But I think the answer I got to my question around increasing the shelf life of the potential product, whatever the future may be, is sell enough for me. And again, I mentioned that we are often, and I'm as guilty as anybody, when I read this stuff and I formulate ideas in my head about how I could make it better or what I think it can be. We sometimes all get into becoming professionals in a field we're not professionals in. So I'm always keen to leave that job to the people who are quite rightly paid good bucks to come up with good content, because unlike us, they have to live and die by what they do and produce, and they have to put up with a lot of flack from those who claim to know better. So I'm now happy to support all A, B, and C, and B particularly for the reasons I've mentioned. So yeah, and well done team in an environment in which it can't ever be easy, whatever city you live in the world. I'm sure the discussion and arguments we have around this table are probably had by every place in the world that has a budget for marketing its city.
Councillor Gowrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a disclaimer, while I might come from a marketing and public relations qualification and experience background, I will always defer to the current experts who we have employed to do this work. And so I am a great fan of It's Just Dunedin campaign, and I'll explain why in a moment. However, I will support this. I was happy with the answer I got to what are the pros and cons about dropping it, why should we look at this, and it was around the longevity of the material, and that's why I will support this. I don't believe it's negative at all, and I just remind everyone what I said at the very start in my questions around who this campaign was targeted at. It's not targeted at us particularly, and that's an important point because look at the stats and how successful it was. I always base my decisions on evidence, and the evidence was very, very clear. And I liken the It's Just Dunedin campaign, it always makes me think of an expression in Icelandic. Icelandic's a very quirky country, a little bit like Dunedin's a quirky city. And there's an expression in Icelandic which means translates as only in Iceland, and it doesn't refer to unique characteristics of the country particularly. It actually refers to the quirkiness of things, weird things that happen in Iceland, or the way people behave or whatever. It very much speaks to the Icelandic character, and to me it's the same kind of vibe. So I think it's been hugely successful, and the stats tell that story. But I'm happy to support this. I think we certainly, in terms of value for money, that provides that opportunity. I want to give a shout out to Sian Sutton and to Hayden Parsons for the wonderful photography that he always delivers, and Sian for her leadership. And it was great to hear from Shirova Creative, so thank you for bringing them in today. And just on the brand, you might be surprised to learn that in the international education sector, that much as I love the NomD brand, and I was sitting beside Margie at an event last week and I was telling her about how much I enjoy wearing my t-shirt, but that is not something held by everyone. So in the German market, it's really problematic and not use the Gothic letters for obvious reasons. However, we work around that, and that doesn't mean to say we should get rid of the brand. So that's a discussion for another day. Happy to support this as it is. Thank you.
Councillor Hurleyhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's a bit like when a girl comes into the room, or a lady, and I'll say, oh, that outfit looks fabulous, and they'll say, oh, that old thing, oh no, it's just something I've had for ages, and they'll downplay it. And what you do when someone downplays something, you start to say, oh, don't be silly, it looks great. And what we've done with It's Just Dunedin, I think, is so clever, because we know it's fabulous here. We know how amazing our city is. But I mean, I remember years ago I dated this guy in Christchurch, and he used to say to me, oh, you're going home for the weekend, back to the horse and cart. A lot of people used to joke about it, but they honestly thought we're real backward down here and getting around in a horse and cart. We're obviously not. We've got beautiful beaches, we've got amazing scenery, we've got world-class universities, there's so many things, you know, we could go on and on and on. We know it. But what we've done with this is very clever. We're traditionally, as a country, I don't think it's a good thing, but we do sometimes knock down tall poppies. And instead of being the tall poppy, we know we're a tall poppy, but we've just been quite coy about it, and we've just get on and we get stuff done. We are understated. We don't scream our praises from the rooftops, and yet we've let, in this campaign, our city do that for us, because the images scream from every image, every photo, every video you see just looks outstanding. So we don't need to sing our praises, because our city sings it for us. And I just think It's Just Dunedin says it all. But I will support this motion because it's Dunedin. is all that needs to be said.
Councillor Benson Pope.
We've all been party to these debates previously, and many of you will recall the It's All Right Here campaign, which was a fabulous Saatchi campaign that was loved and panned and everywhere in between, and turned out to be very successful. Lots of people found the Plan D campaign a bit of a yawn or negative, and turned out to be extraordinarily successful. And frankly, while I will support this for the reasons that have been articulated earlier in terms of the longevity of the campaign, and the comment that one of the experts made about the zeitgeist, I'm not surprised that Australians can't understand quirky advertising, but I know how much I and my children, or my 36-year-old young adults, love the piss take of the Just Dunedin stuff in terms of taking the mickey out of Auckland and Queenstown and elsewhere. I think that was great, and I think we shouldn't take ourselves too seriously, because one of the things about the advertising world and the things that work is the things that attract attention work, and the things that attract the interest of a younger demographic also work, and I think that did. So I hope the general intent will not be lost. That said, if the argument is that to help promote the longer life of the visuals and other material and so on, and to target more strongly in Auckland, then it's sensible to take out a phrase that we're advised they can't understand. I would say, though, that it's apparent from some of the answers this morning that this is an extremely expert, professional task that we task our staff with, and the consultants they employ, and we should be very cautious about starting to do our own creative work in their place. I think that's an absolute absurdity, and I think most people will shy away from that immediately. But I think this is probably a good outcome in the interim. Sure, we don't spend enough on marketing ourselves, and sure, we don't spend enough on actually getting the message out and reinforcing with our own community just what a magical place this is. But that's not necessarily part of all the advertising. It's an important part, and to go back to the It's All Right Here campaign, the first phase of that was entirely internally focused. And then, when people were happy with it and understood, it moved out into a much wider horizons. And I think there's a parallel there in terms of the process that we should learn from.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Urban animals, that's my next one. I'm actually struck by the cultural narrative that I'm hearing in the room today. It occurred to me that having lived overseas for 25 years in another country, I dropped a lot of New Zealand learnt behaviour. And one of the learnt behaviours that I dropped was this self-deprecation, this unwillingness to talk positively about yourself at all, being literally afraid to talk positively about yourself. And I'm hearing it, you get it, you can't take an acceptance that you're wearing nice clothes today because you must talk it down first. And I actually think that it's just came from that behaviour. We've got to be very careful that we don't speak ourselves down so that we meet a cultural behaviour that is quite literally unique to New Zealand and very big in Dunedin, which is, how dare you boast? How dare you be proud of yourself? You must always denigrate yourself first. And we've got an image that we have to change, and we go out with a self-denigrating statement at the start. And apparently it was well received inside Dunedin and wasn't even remotely understood outside of Dunedin. Now, how do you call that a good idea? So I'm glad it's going. But I really want to say thank you to Ms Sutton, and also some of the stuff that she was mentioning going forward. We do need a good brand name. And we do need to develop it with the community. And we do need to take the community with us and say, what do you want to say about Dunedin? Because this is not just a tourism venture. This is also attracting businesses. It's attracting people to live. I know that, and I was just thinking of the Dunedin Destination Plan. When it started, it was supposed to be a live, work, stay. And then it became come here for a holiday. We've got to be very careful that when we go for these brand names, they don't get captured by any one section, and then it becomes their brand name, and then we lose it for the rest of it. So I'm happy with where we're going with this. I want to say that the photographs, all the way back to It's All Right Here, the photography and the imagery has always been fantastic because it's easy to get good photos when you've got a good subject. But even then, It's All Right Here. Did nobody ever think about the fact that it also then translates to It's All Right Here? I mean, quite literally, we whacked out a line without going through, maybe we shouldn't do that one. And I have a feeling that's what this came out with. It's a good idea at one level, but it backfired on a number. And when I asked for, do you go to focus groups, I actually quite literally mean, if you target Australians, how about just get a couple, 30 people in from Brisbane to sit around, have a look at your ads and say, what does that say to you about Dunedin? And it'll be as accurate or inaccurate as getting any 30 other people, but at least you've heard a view from someone who's not from Dunedin, who's carrying all the cultural baggage that we carry. We have it in this room every day. Every day somebody wants to speak out and say how we shouldn't ever be trying to think forward. I can find the worst thing about Dunedin. There it is, found it right there. Tell everybody about it. And I think we've got to stop doing that about ourselves. And I look forward, I think this will be a great campaign, and its imagery is good, but again, I would like to see make sure that people do recognise there's a city attached to those beaches. And then I'm really actually more looking forward to what the next iteration will be, because I think this has brought up the whole concept of really what do we just want to say about ourselves and how do we want to do it. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between depreciation and self-deprecation. And the thing is, for me, it's always felt like it's just self-depreciation, as opposed to deprecation, which, it's all right here. It's got the double meaning. It's all right here. So people got that. And I didn't feel that they got this one. So it's good to see that gone. But it's also good to see that we've retained the Dunedin logo and with its iconic look. And that branding for Dunedin is really important, and it's very significant that we're hanging on to that. And so that gives us that frequency. So the consistent marketing of the city with just that one word in the script that it is makes a difference to any campaign, and that it does give us that strong association to our heritage. And of course this and some predecessors of this campaign talked about our beautiful scenery and wildlife. So this is fine. I think it's a very good outcome.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Just briefly, and thank you, Councillor Barker, for acknowledging Margie Robertson of Nomdee, who was so proud of Dunedin that she put Dunedin in the Gothic writing on her clothing, proudly worn today by Councillor Barker. And I know many of us try to be ambassadors always for our Dunedin fashion designers at every opportunity, but Margie really stepped it up and made sure that it was front and centre, and with her good grace that we have been able to work with the Gothicness of the Dunedin logo. And it's about that, being proud of Dunedin. And I just, from our earlier questions, from right earlier on in the meeting, I just think, and a lot of us have talked about funding the marketing of Dunedin appropriately, is we may need to look within our budgets and maybe some reallocation to make sure that this is successful, particularly in that Australian market, because we absolutely, for lots of reasons, need those Australian flights to be successful.
Okay, I'm glad we had lunch first. But no, just in summary, I agree with all the sentiments. Personally, I love Dunedin, would be my tagline, because that's exactly how I feel about the city. So, and I think others should, and I think most of the community actually, in general, when the heart of it, we love Dunedin. So, but anyway, it is about the longevity of the brand, as I said, and investing in whatever taglines and campaigns we run, and the team at Shot Over did a good job in presenting that and telling that story, but also thanks to the team that were in front of us and the team previously for the work that was done on this. Thank you, Ms Sutton and your group. So I'll put it all in favour. Please say aye. Aye. Against? Okay. Declared it carried. Item 10. Sorry, look for all my paper now. Item 10, items for consideration by the chair. Are there any? No. Okay, I declare the meeting closed at 2:30. Never thought I'd say that.
To the recommencement of the adjourned 12th March meeting of Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee. There's no public forum today. My understanding is that apologies that have been presented so far are from Councillor Gilbert, from Councillor Lalfiso, and from Councillor Walker for early departure. He has a So we have Councillor Mayhem added to the list and Councillor Gary for early departure as well. So it's Walker and Gary for early departure, Gilbert, Lafiso and Mayhem and Ackland. Yeah, we just need 8. So are there any other apologies? Hopefully not. So I move from the chair that we accept those apologies. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? Carried. confirmation of the agenda. You've got the agenda in front of you. Are there any additions, alterations to the agenda that anyone's interested in? Does anyone want to make any comment on the agenda as it currently sits? No? Okay, in that case I move from the chair and seconded again, Deputy Mayor Lucas, that we confirm the agenda without addition or alteration. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Declarations of interest. Apparently I've got to say this. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between your role as an elected representative and any private or other external interest you may have. Are there any changes or updates? We have had some in previous meetings. There are none today. Okay, in that case, I move from the chair that we note the elected members register as is. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Confirmation of minutes. You've all had a chance to look at the minutes. The Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee meeting 14th of November 2024. Are there any corrections to the minutes, or does anyone have any discussion or anything they want to comment on in the minutes from the 14th? I see shakings of heads. That's all good then. Okay, in that case, I move from the chair again that the committee confirms the public part of the minutes of the Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee meeting held on the 14th of September 2024 as a correct record. Again, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee Forward Work Programme. It's on page 21 of our Part A reports. We've got this regular update, and I would like to invite Carolyn Allen, our Chief Financial Officer, to speak to the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to take questions.
Right. Questions of the report. This is the Forward Work Programme. It's pretty clear. No questions at all. Okay, in that case, I move from the chair that the committee notes the Financial Council Controlled Organisations Committee Forward Work Programme for March 2025. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. Does anyone want to speak to the programme? Nothing? Okay, in that case, I don't declare anything. I've got to ask you if you're all in favour of the motion. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 7. Dunedin City Holdings Limited Group of Companies interim reports for the 6 months ended 31st December 2024. I welcome Mr. Tim Lone and Mr. Hocking to answer any questions that we may have. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being here, and my apologies that we've had to have you so delayed because of our wanton verbiage in the previous items. Does anyone, is there anything, first of all, Mr. Lone and Mr. Hocking, that you'd like to preface regarding the report?
Just very briefly, we're happy with the first 6 months' performance, so we're tracking well across the group. Page 27 shows that we're currently tracking 7.3 million ahead of plan, and also shows that we're tracking ahead of our position for the same period last year. Forecast to year end is that we will remain ahead of plan, so again that's pleasing. And we are meeting regularly with the subs. We are implementing a new regime this year where we will be working through in some detail the strategic plans of each of the subsidiaries over the next 2 months, with a view to that forming the finalised statements of intent for them. And would also add that the subs are generally tracking well against their SOI measures in relation to their current SOIs. That we're on track for paying the dividend that we have committed to council, albeit we will be borrowing 4.6 million, well, that's our estimate at this point, in order to fund the payment of that dividend. Thank you.
Questions, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you for letting me get in before I have to go. Thanks for the substantial reports and the reading. I just want to ask probably a first question around Dial and the issues that sit in behind our airport here in Dunedin. So I guess 3 questions. In terms of the engine problem, I presume there's nothing much can be done, and probably nothing can be done in the context of Mr. Foran, who's indicated, well, he is moving on. So interested to hear if there's perhaps opportunities with the new CEO coming on board for Air New Zealand. And also in terms of the advocacy, something I've banged on a lot here, around trying to re-establish the jet between Dunedin and Wellington, which I will continue saying is a huge hit for this city, and both reputationally and just from a business efficiency sense. So commentary around whether or not we're advocating and at what level we're advocating for that reinstatement within the context of the engine problems that are ongoing.
Thank you, Councillor. So Air New Zealand have a protracted capacity issue, so it's not targeted at Dunedin specifically, and it's on the back of those engine issues, as you're aware, and flows on to their Dreamliner fleet. They are signalling, as I think you're well aware, that it's the end of 2026 that they expect that to be resolved. It doesn't mean that we won't see a return prior to that of those jet services. So the airport is advocating very strongly for that, not only with Air New Zealand, but they are also in the room with Jetstar on that as well, to see if they could get services from Jetstar. So they are well aware of the issues that's creating for the city, and they are advocating very strongly at the highest levels within the airport company. In terms of the new CEO, I can't comment on that at the moment, but I'll certainly ask the question in terms of whether that provides any further opportunities. Yep.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Mr. Lone, I wanted to just pick up on a couple of comments in the executive summary and elsewhere around Delta. And it talks about several headwinds, and I think we've heard this before, and they sometimes are different headwinds. But I particularly wanted to ask if you have any further commentary around the inconsistent work program, what that actually means, and difficulty retaining staff.
Sure. So the inconsistent work program, obviously when we've got a fixed workforce, as we do, well, largely fixed, not entirely fixed workforce, but it is around maintaining that consistency of work. Delta are working with some of their biggest customers, some of which are within our group, to try and get better consistency around that work program, so that there isn't situations where the staff are left high and dry, so to speak. So that I understand those discussions are going well, and there is more consistency in terms of the work, but it has had its impacts on Delta. In terms of attraction of staff, I don't think that's unique to Delta. It is an issue that we face across our companies, and the city itself also faces. It's why some companies choose to have some operations based in other centres in order to attract those type of staff. But they're doing everything they can to make sure that they have the right attraction programs in place. Peter, did you have anything you wanted to add on that?
No, that's about it. I mean, really, it's about staff utilisation. So I guess with the change of leadership in Delta, they're having a fresh look at that as well, to make sure. I guess one of the fundamentals of running a contracting business is ensuring your utilisation of your staff is up there, and certainly with the new CEO in there, I believe they're having a fresh look at that to make sure those basics in the business are right. and we've got the Delta Chair and Chief Executive at our next board meeting, and we're seeking to understand that further.
So can I just go back to you, Mr. Lone? You said fixed largely. What did you mean by that?
Oh, they do have some contract resource within Delta as well. So with contract resource, you've obviously got that ability to flex a little bit better.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Back to DIL. A claim was made in the earlier committee meeting today that there was no refuelling capacity at Dunedin at Ramona. Can you confirm that or correct that?
Yes, I can reassure councillors that there is aircraft refuelling at Ramona.
For both ATRs and Airbus?
Correct.
I would just like to apologise that I made a dissimilar claim earlier on in the previous items that we had looked at. My advice was that one of the difficulties that airlines faced in Dunedin Airport was that aircraft had to arrive with enough fuel to be able to go out to another airport like Christchurch, because there wasn't sufficient jet aircraft fuel available at the airport. If this has been incorrect information that I've had, I apologise for that. Councillor Barker, you had a question.
Just have a couple, and I'll just start with the one at the end, since we're on the airport. Just thinking about, you probably haven't seen the presentation that we just had on the brand, and it's just Dunedin, and the discussion that we had around marketing the city on the Gold Coast, and our discussion was that it's a surprise for our Dunedin budgets, and it's not necessarily in our Dunedin budgets to put a whole lot of money into Australia. We're thinking about how we can shift it around. So getting the marketing done for those, is there the ability to shift money around in the budgets for Dunedin City Holdings and Dunedin Airport to be able to put a good bit of punch into marketing Dunedin?
So we are in the process of working through the budgets for the coming year. So I think the easy answer to your question is yes. We can look at what needs to go into those budgets. The more difficult question is where is that money going to come from to enable them to do that? I know that for the airport, the marketing of Dunedin as a destination is critically important, and they've raised some concerns with me, and that relates to, in particular, the Gold Coast service, which at this stage is going well in terms of ticket sales. However, the sales to the Gold Coast from Dunedin are going a lot better than the sales from, to the Gold Coast from Dunedin, are going a lot better than the sales from the Gold Coast into Dunedin. So the inbound, if you like, and that relates to the ability to promote Dunedin as a destination. So they're very keen on that. We, as a holding company, are very invested in the promotion of Dunedin as a destination. It doesn't affect just the airport, it affects the stadium, it affects Dunedin Rail. So we are keen to do whatever we can. If some of that means looking at budgets, we're happy to do that in conjunction with DCC, but yeah, there's a finite amount of money.
Thank you. My next question is just around the railways, and I was just looking at the capital expenditure, which was 0.097 million. Is that $97,000 on the capex on the rail?
Yes, it would be.
So, in my understanding, then, if we're fixing up the railways, railway bed, etc., that is operational expenditure, not capital expenditure.
Correct.
That makes sense. And my last question was just around when I was looking at the pages 30 and 31, which is kind of the summary of everything. And then I've been watching in the news about what Auckland is doing about their CCOs and their shared services, specifically looking at issues like Delta here, that they have ICT costs and the challenges around recruiting staff. Have DCHL looked at a shared service model for, I know it's complicated, a shared service model for some of those things like the ICT, finance, human resources, health and safety and wellbeing, procurement, risk and insurance? Has it looked at amalgamating them centrally for all of the companies, or will that possibly be part of your strategic thinking?
We haven't as such. There are some services, such as insurance, which are done at a group level. When it comes to other back office services, we haven't specifically applied thinking to that. There has been some instances of it. For example, rail, the accounting services for rail were performed by DVML for a period. And that's no longer the case, but we did do that for a period. But no, there has been no work done on shared service arrangements across the DCHL group.
Do you think that might be something you might look at? I'm just looking at what Auckland's doing and just wondering whether it's something that, I know there's been about it, but I was just wondering if it's something that we should think about for Dunedin.
Yes, look, I'm happy for us to take an action to investigate that. I think it could be quite challenging given the diverse nature of those companies. That would be my off-the-cuff response, but nevertheless, very happy to have a look at it. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I've got several questions. The first one is on page 28, and I think that table on the free cash flows is I think that's a new table. That's a great addition to the table. But I just thought you might just explain a little bit more, in particular in terms of Aurora and their footnote, where they're talking about, I mean, at the moment they've got a $13 million, for the 6 months, $13 million negative free cash flow, but they're budgeting minus $42 million. And then in the notes they're talking about the first quarter, they don't have such an issue with cash flow because of the winter revenue. So is that because people will use more power in the winter? But just explaining more about what the negative free cash flow means, I think would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll make a start on that one. So free cash flows, we're treating as being the cash generated by the business less the capital expenditure. So as we've signalled a number of times, for Aurora, because it has this high investment load over this next 10, 15 years, potentially longer, we have this sort of negative free cash flows, i.e. the amount of investment required exceeds the amount of cash being generated by the business. So that balance does get borrowed, and of course that then influences our decisions around dividend, because implicitly does mean to be able to fund a dividend, that means more borrowings. Yeah. In terms of the actual numbers for this year, look, I can't comment without going back and investigating some of those seasonal differences. You might very well be right, there's some of that, but certainly that this year is looking very similar to last, wherein the net increase in borrowing was in the region of $40 million. There's rough numbers for Aurora during this phase are about 100 mil of capex a year, and about 40 mil of that getting funded by increasing borrowings, and the balance by reinvesting Aurora's own earnings.
Thank you, that's very helpful. If I move on to page 30, and in particular it was referenced in the front page of the ODT this morning back to Dunedin Airport, in terms of the new, I think it's as of today, the new regulations under the airport's cost recovery for processing of international travellers. And I'm sure it's still early days, what impact is that going to have? I mean, when we're talking here about this new flight from the Gold Coast, but what financial impact may that have on the company?
Well, I'm pleased to ask the question. At this stage, I can't disclose publicly what that number is because it is subject to confidentiality. So given that we're in public, I'm afraid I'm unable to disclose that number specifically. But we are pushing back very strongly. The airport feels very strong about these levies being introduced. The airport is somewhat challenged because it is 50% owned by the Crown, and I think they would welcome support from the other 50% shareholder in terms of making some pleas to government around this. So they've made a number of points to me, and I won't necessarily go through all of them, but it does feel like Dunedin is getting another fairly rough deal from central government in relation to this. There are other airports that closed international services during COVID and been able to reopen them without being charged these sorts of costs. The airport believe that the cost of servicing international travellers is already covered by the levies that are imposed, and that in a sense this is a little bit of double dipping. So I guess the long story short is that the airport certainly sees this could be an opportunity for DCC to assist them in lobbying government.
Thank you for that. And while we're still on the airport, on the next page, on page 31, and it was, I guess it was alluded to by Councillor Walker's questions in terms of the Air New Zealand's capacity, and it's referenced there to the establishment of a new regional air route at risk. So that has not been established, a new air route out of Dunedin. I'm just not sure what that's alluding to.
So I believe that there has been some talk about a southern, is it? Am I the right thing? So
Yeah, I think if I may jump in here, there was a performance measure in the SO statement of intent last year to establish international route and to establish a new domestic route. So that's at risk right now, and part of that is the same capacity constraints knocking on in a number of things. And look, I mean, if I draw elected members' attention to the other comments from Dial in that section, it shows just how motivated the airport is to actually lobby and influence as effectively as it can with Air New Zealand. Air New Zealand is a decision maker on the allocation of aircraft to these routes, but it has a number of knock-on effects to their performance measures and to their financial outcomes.
Thank you. And if I may, Mr. Chair, I've just got one last question on page 32, where you talk here about the annualised total return of 11.2% per annum for the period, but that's not a 11.2% cash return to DCC.
Sorry, I cut you off. No, you're quite right. That is taking into account the equity value that has grown in those entities as well. So, as you can probably imagine, Aurora does form quite a large part of that, and yet we haven't had a cash return from Aurora.
Great, that's everyone else's questions. I've got a few as well, if you can indulge me. Looking at page 27, just at the top there, we've got a wonderful second quarter profit, which at 15.9 million, which is 7.3 million ahead of budget. So there's basically an extra 7.3 million in there. And yet when we go to page 29 and we look at how the dividend is paid, now Mr. Hocking said before that free cash flow was basically constrained because of capital expenditure for investment, and I understand that that would have all been budgeted in, but given that this was an unbudgeted extra 7.3 million, does that mean that you also then put even more into investment on capital, so that we're still seeing city forests having to front up with a special dividend to pay the dividend to council?
So the 7.3 million does not equate to cash flow.
I agree, yep.
So we are looking forward towards year end, and we are not, at this stage, we're not of the opinion that 7.3 million will stay at that level of positive variance through to year end. We still believe there will be a positive variance, but there are increased challenges through the next 6 months for Aurora. So they've made good money in the first 6 months. Their positive variances won't continue based on the forecasts they're giving us through to year end. So 2 points there. One, the 7.3 million is not cash, and the second point is that that positive variance, while it will remain a positive variance through to year end, there is some timing difference in there. So we've had some better months in the first 6, but that will be offset a little bit in the second 6 months of the year.
Thank you very much. That clarifies it's both a timing and a free cash situation. Looking again at page 29, it says no dividends from Aurora are planned for the current year. However, the capital will be released from city forests in the form of an additional $10 million dividend. That release, is that to be sale of carbon credits, or any part of it to be sale of carbon credits, or is it simply more debt?
City Forests are looking at the moment at the sale of carbon credits, so we do anticipate that there will be sale of carbon credits occurring in this financial year. The amount that is sold is still a matter for their board to discuss, and in addition we are looking to have City Forests present to council in relation to their strategy around carbon credits as well. So we've scheduled a workshop for later in the year so that they can outline what they're doing there, but they definitely have a program in place to release carbon credits over a period of time, and at least some of that additional 10 million dividend will be funded by that.
Thank you very much for that. And then looking at the increased DCHL borrowings, 4.6 million there, is that DCHL's ability to borrow money on its own account, and where would the money come from to pay that back?
So that is a little bit of a timing variance for us as well. So within DCHL, currently DCHL has 112 million of debt to the City Council by way of a shareholder advance, and then we have additional borrowings which currently sit at around about 22 million. I think we're forecasting they may increase to about 25 million by the end of this year, and those borrowings we will use, or that facility we will use in order to draw down the shortfall in cash in order to pay the dividend. But over time, so in years to come, we're anticipating that will reverse. So you will see when we move on to item 8 that there is a further, I think, something like 7.8 million deficit for next year. And then once Aurora is in a position where they can pay dividends, we would start to see that pegged back.
Okay, so a bit of a longer term timing issue there then.
That's right.
Going on to page 30, I was a wee bit surprised to see under Dunedin venues that new LED grow lights have been delivered. I understand this will be for the stadium, and I may have missed it in previous budgets, but have we been told what these grow lights are going to cost, and in fact why we even need them, given that we were assured that the grass would grow perfectly adequately under the cover of the stadium?
So look, I can get you further information on that, but my understanding is that the lights are already installed and being used, and it enables the stadium to cater to a wider variety of events more quickly, so that the grass is able to be refurbished more rapidly. So when they're having events such as the motorbike event that they had recently, I understand they're looking at potentially a monster truck event, that type of thing. So where they're using the stadium in a multi-purpose situation, those grow lights enable the grass to be replenished more rapidly.
we've just recently been asked to provide an extra $2 million funding towards the stadium as an interim, although we've been asked to do it on an ongoing basis. Have you got any idea of the quantum of what the LED grow lights actually cost?
Do you know what they mean? No, we can come back to you on that. Yep.
Okay, that'll be fine. Councillor Barker.
Just one more question, and back on page 29, and I noted that in the forecast cash flows, etc., in the lovely graph, that Dunedin venues was missing. Is there a reason why DVML's not there? Is it because it's neutral, or got City Forest, Aurora, Delta, Dial, etc.?
So what we have there are all of the entities that are paying a dividend to DCHL. So that this particular graph is more reflecting a DCHL parent position. So it's looking at the cash flows coming into DCHL parent from each of the subsidiaries and the cash outflows from DCHL parent to those subsidiaries. So, for example, DRL are there solely because we're paying them or we're injecting $2 million worth of capital. So it doesn't look at the operational loss of DRL specifically. It looks at the capital that we have to provide to DRL, and it's looking at the dividends that we're receiving from each of those companies. DVML doesn't pay a dividend, but nor do we have to provide capital to DVML.
So somebody just put up the $2 million, that's why I was interested, for Dunedin venues, but that's for the next financial year, is that right? And because it would possibly be a grant from council, it's not going to show here. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, it is. My understanding is it's for the next financial year, and my understanding at this stage is also that it would be supplied directly from DCC.
And finally, from me, on page 79, I'm looking at the Aurora interest cost. We're looking at $22 million for the audited year, for June 2024. Given that the interest rates have been dropping a bit lately, can you give us some idea of what you anticipate this interest cost to Aurora being in the future, given that they are going to be increasing debt, even though interest rates are pulling back a bit?
Look, off the top of my head, I don't know what their interest cost is for the next financial year. Do you?
No, they'll be working through their budgets during the course of April, May, and that will be reflected in the final forecast, including the statement of intent for next year and subsequent years.
Given that their debt continues to rise quite strongly, you would anticipate, even with slightly lowering interest rates, that $22 million figure will continue to increase?
That is correct. Yes, we would expect that.
All right. If there are no further questions, you've seen the motion on the papers, the recommendation. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Barker.
Just briefly, I thought the report was really well laid out, thank you, and especially, I guess, pages 29, 30 and 31, really well covered, and it's great to see that everything's on track and there's possibly a little bit more money, but we can never tell the future. We had the audit and risk meeting earlier in the week, and I was reading the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report. I'm not sure if you gentlemen are aware of that, but that was talking about the perception on the global state now and into the future is bleak, with many expecting unsettled times. So it's good to see how we've performed in the last 6 months, but I think we also need to be very aware of some of those risks coming in the future for our companies as well. I think that they're well set up at the moment. I think the results, it's been really great to see them coming in so well, and I think we're moving on to our next bit, which is a statement of intent, which was when we do our crystal ball gazing.
I'd like to echo Councillor Barker's positive comments about the way this has been laid out. I tend to get a bit cross-eyed when I look at tables of figures, and not being an accountant, have trouble seeing how they track. So having a graph, for instance, on page 29, which very clearly shows at a glance all the inputs and all the outputs basically for how things are being paid for and how we get our dividend has been very gratifying for me, and just want to thank you very much for that, and the other graphic information that's been available as well. Deputy Mayor Lucas, you have a question.
No, I just want
comment. Sorry,
I just want to echo that, and I think the reporting from DCHL over my short time on council has vastly improved, and I really appreciate the summary report from DCHL. I mean, I've read all the individual company reports, but having that summary report, I think, is really helpful. And as the chair has said, I mean, having those tables. So I just want to compliment you on providing that extra level of information and helping the readability for everybody, for those people who aren't accountants. Some of us enjoy reading financial reports, but I just want to echo the thanks.
Okay. Well, with that, then I move from the chair that the committee notes the Dunedin City Holdings Limited Group companies' interim reports for the 6 months ended 31st December 24, and B, that we note the Dunedin City Holdings Limited Group quarterly report to 31st December 2024. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? I declare the motion carried. Moving on to item number 8, the draft 25-26 statements of intent, Dunedin City Holdings Limited Group of companies. It's there on page 226. Mr. Lone or Mr. Hocking, do you have anything to say regarding this report?
Just a few very brief comments, if I may. First of all, I want to thank councillors for the workshop that we had back in November, I think it was. It was really helpful on the letter of expectations, and I think it was useful that we had our entire board there as well for that workshop, so thank you for that. I do note that there is a workshop on I think it's on the 1st of April. So we're certainly keen to engage further as we then work with each of our subsidiaries around the finalisation of those statements of intent, so that will be helpful. I note that councillors have been asked to email questions in advance. That's just so that we can make sure we've got full and informed answers, but that's not to say that we won't take questions on the day. Of course we will, but that's just so that we can, where needed, do some research if we need to, or consult with subsidiaries. Just a couple of other comments I did want to make. We have undertaken some quite rigorous board evaluations this year, 2 external valuations, one of Dunedin City Holdings itself and one of City Forests. We have also had all of the boards undertake self-evaluations. We're also seeking to increase engagement with the council, and you will note that your calendars have been bombarded with appointments recently. We were trying to get a number of the subsidiaries in front of you, not all of them, but a number where we feel that that's important, and we will get all of them in front of you over the next 12 to 18 months. We are on track as well in terms of the investment framework, so we're doing some work in relation to that now. And you'll see that there's workshops in your calendars in relation to that. Thank you.
Right. I note that there's, again, quite a bit of information on item 8 here, some of it which we already have seen in previous item. Is there anyone that has any questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I think my key question is, when do we get the table with a summary of differences between the FY 2025 SOIs and the 26 draft SOIs? This week we had 900 and something pages to read for all of the 3 meetings that we had, and it's really hard to go backwards and forwards to see what's changed. So are we able to get that?
Sorry, Councillor Barker, I cut you off. Yes, we can do that for you. Yep, no problem.
So I'll save most of my questions for the workshop, but I did want to just look at the train targets. There is a target in there which is achieve 10% growth in passenger numbers, and I just wondered if that was a an error?
So with DRL, we left largely their SOI measures untouched for this draft, and that is because, and we did debate this a little bit as a board, but in the end we decided that the key for DRL right at the moment was to come up with a plan, which they are working, making very good progress on. So yes, those targets are not updated, and what we're planning to do is have the plan for you, and I think on the 3rd of June we've got a workshop with DRL where they'll be presenting their interim strategy, which will include things such as the targeted growth that they're looking for.
I'm just thinking about that timeline about when we are in that process of negotiation according to the Local Government Act, and how we get those things in. But I guess if you're going to supply us a summary of differences, and then just understanding your timeline as well, because I think, did you talk in the last meeting about that you were going to have some strategy / budget and you were working on those? Was that April, May that you were working on those? Was that what I heard?
I think it's March, April that we've got those meetings planned, yes.
Yeah, and then the individual companies do their ordinary budget rounds further on in the financial year, more sort of April, May, in order to that those will be populated in the final versions. Yeah.
Oh, so then you come back to us with the final version by the end of June, isn't it? Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be getting those final versions in June, responding to the feedback, but with those updated forecasts. Yeah.
Councillor Vincent Pope.
Thank you. I'm just seeking some guidance really, because I'm interested, and I know the chairman is interested in the question of distributed generation in the electricity industry. Given Aurora's strong performance and cemented firm position in Central Otago, which has almost as much ultraviolet light as Dunedin, I'm wondering if is that something we can discuss and have Aurora talk to us about during the workshop you talked about earlier, or is that something you'd like to deal with more appropriately via comment and questions around the statements of intent?
I think that the best way to progress that would be for you to give us some questions, and we can put those to Aurora and get some comprehensive answers for you. And I say that because Aurora is not one of the subsidiaries that we're looking to run a workshop with this year. So, and that we felt that perhaps council had seen quite a bit of Aurora last year, so we were trying to focus on some of the other subs. But I think it would be good if you have questions in relation to Aurora or any subsidiaries. We're more than happy to take those back to those subsidiaries and get comprehensive answers for you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and I, like Councillor Barker, would be helpful if we had the track changes, because I was going back and forth from the 6 monthly report to try and work out, and so some of my questions I'm now going to leave to that because I think they will answer that. But I just have one question, which is on our pages 237, but it's on Aurora's page 14 of 18, and it's under their dividend policy, and I think that is new, that paragraph, or the nuance in that is new, where it talks about will consider dividends once the company can achieve and sustain a position in excess of FFO over debt of 8.5% to 9%. I think that is new, and along with, and the board intends to pay dividends within the range of 20 to 40% of the company's net surplus after tax. Targeting the shareholders' funds of total assets to 30 to 35%. And I know the other companies have something similar, but I think those nuances are new in Aurora. Is that right, or no?
I think you are correct. So what we're doing with Aurora is starting to prepare them for ongoing dividends on a regular basis, and as part of that we're working through with Aurora what financial metrics they need to be monitoring for that. And so we're very interested in the levels of debt that they've got. We're very interested in the percentage of profit that dividend might be levelled at, and the nuances between the two of those things. So yes, we're still, there's quite big ranges in there, and that's because we're still working through that, and there's a little bit of negotiation to happen.
That was actually the topic of my next question as well, and that was that in the past our SOIs had basically had as a priority for the companies that the company's purpose was to build the companies. City Forest was going to expand, and Aurora was going to do its thing, and there wasn't really an emphasis in the statements of intent on providing a consistent dividend to council. Given that we have changed our statements of intent, drafts at least, to emphasise that what we really are looking for is a consistent dividend over time, and a recognition of, I think it's $1.83 billion that the public of Dunedin have invested in the council companies. I'm a wee bit concerned that on page 237, it's talking about once the companies can establish a level of operation where a dividend is possible. I'm a wee bit concerned that this again seems to be pushing back the prospect of us getting a commercial level dividends from the companies in the near future. The idea that the companies basically still are fairly autonomous and they want to go about the business that's interesting for them, when what is really interesting for us is a consistent return to help offset rates increases, for instance, which have been really, really difficult lately. So my question really is, given the change of statement of intent that we've had, and given the dividend policy, which seems again to want to sort of push back against getting a commercial dividend from the companies, how soon is it before we can actually look forward to consistent commercial returns from our companies?
So we're certainly very aware of the need to be providing cash return to the city. We are also very focused on commercial returns from our subsidiaries right now. So that's not a future thing. We expect commercial returns from our subsidiaries now. We're holding the boards to account on that right now. There is some challenges with Aurora right at the moment in terms of being able to pay a dividend, and that primarily relates to the customised price path that they're under, which comes to an end at the end of the 26 regulatory year, which is March 2026. Beyond that, Aurora says that they should then be able to move into paying dividends, and so we're working through the metrics with them for doing that. I think that across the board we are relaying that message to them, and I would say that we do have the ability to negotiate strong dividend policies with each of these subsidiaries that are in the interests of the city.
Thank you. The question then is, given the customised price path, are Aurora still negotiating another customised price path from the Commerce Commission, and what effect is that going to have?
So the indications we have from Aurora are that they will move on to a default price path.
As at 26?
So yeah, after March 26, they will move on to a default price path. That's what we understand at this stage, and there's been nothing to indicate that they would move to another customised price path from Aurora. So that's our understanding.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Any other questions? Anything else need clarifying? Would anyone like to speak to the motion that we have sitting on page, whatever it was, 216? If there are no speakers, then I move that we note the draft 2005-26 statements of intent from the Dunedin City Holdings Group companies. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Moving on now to item number 9 on page 347, financial report for the period ending 31st March 25. I'd like to invite Chief Financial Officer Carolyn Allen and Hayden McAlfee to come and make any preparatory statements that you might like to make, Carolyn and Hayden. Or if you just want to go ahead and take it as read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're happy to take it as read and take questions.
Okay then, questions for the financial report to 31st of January. Councillor Barker.
I just have one wee one from this morning. We asked Destination Dunedin about the visitor centre and the unfavourable operating revenue, and it talks here it says as a summer cruise retail sales and commissions revenue expected to increase. However, they indicated that it was unfavourable because there was $60,000 of dock, not rent or whatever payment not going in there. So I just wondered if that could just be clarified in that bit in the future. If that's so, I'm not sure when Doc stopped their arrangement with the eyesight.
I'm happy to clarify that for future reports.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. McAuliffe would be disappointed if I didn't ask this question, because you know it's coming, don't you, about employee entitlements. And I note your commentary on the bottom of page 366, but when I look back, at the end of November we were 9.4 million, and then the end of December we were 8.8 million, and now we're 9.5 million. So I'm just mindful, because it's something that I always look at, is to trying to get, you know, having that leave sitting on our books is obviously an issue. And so I read what you're saying, and obviously the impact on, which is my next question, which leads into the very unfavourable variance in the governance and support, which is now up, it's gone up again to 1.8 million. So I'm just like, or how all these things are fitting together in light of the commentary. You'd be disappointed if I didn't ask this question.
To start off with the unfavourable variance in the governance group, so that there relates to the savings from the rest of the organisation. So we load up a budget line within governance within the investment account, which reflects the vacancy allowance for the year. So what we tend to see as we go through the year is that we'll have a growing unfavourable variance, but then the rest of the organisation, the saving would be split between the rest of the activities. So you'll see on page 363, which is a summary of the operating variances, you will see that negative or unfavourable variance under the governance and support group, but then that is offset with savings within the rest of the group of activities.
So what you're saying is that the primary areas of saving is roading and transport and Three Waters, if we look on that page.
Correct. Sorry, what were the other questions that you had? Just remind me.
About the employee entitlements that's sitting on the balance sheet.
So the employee entitlements on the balance sheet does include annual leave, but it also includes the timing of when wages are paid. So it will also include if the accrued wages and how that falls. So it will go up and down depending on the timing of our fortnightly payments. The main contributor in there is annual leave and other leave entitlements, and we do expect them to be coming down. As is the reflect in the P&L, we can see that last month, the movement from last month will be most likely due to the timing of pays, not the decrease in the annual leave provision.
Which is what I was concerned about, because obviously most of our leave gets taken in December and January. So that was why I hadn't picked up about the pay. Yeah. And I just want to thank you for putting the note on the bottom of the cash flow statement about GST, so I appreciate that. And my other question, seeing that Ms Nielsen is here, is about the timing of the CCTV cameras installing in George Street, because I know in the commentary the work hadn't yet started, but we're very mindful, and I've asked this before, about the timing of when they will be going in.
No, that's all right. Rob and I have both talked about it because we knew you or someone else would ask about it. And potentially when they wrote the commentary on this based on January, the work hadn't started, meaning construction. In reality, all the hardware is onshore. They're going through detailed installation planning at the moment, so just figuring out the nuts and bolts of exactly where on every pole they're going to go and where the cameras face, etc. But the work is underway and it will be finished by June.
Pretty clear answer there. I'm looking at page 367, and I see costs going up everywhere, gas and electricity and everything else. I also note contract cleaning costs have been unfavourable. They seem to have increased by $131,000 for cleaning. And I'm wondering, do the contracted cleaners, are they not using robot vacuum cleaners and other things that can significantly reduce cleaning costs these days? Is that just one of these increases that we just have to bite?
My division's probably got the most to do with cleaning, to be fair. Do they use robot cleaners? No. In a nutshell, they can go faster with humans than they can to get a robot to clean a toilet, and the toilet cleans is probably where we've seen the most increase in cleaning costs. We've had a few service levels increase when we've had spates of complaints of the cleanliness of said toilet wherever it is. They're also living wage employers, so we do pay a living wage for everyone that's employed as a cleaner.
Thank you for that. It was specifically vacuum cleaners that I was talking about, and the reason that I brought it up is that we now save ourselves an awful lot of time in our place because we've got one of these little disc things and it just bobbles around and occasionally you trip over it at night. The only downside. And remarkably cheap these days. I'd hoped that we would have been able to see a reduction in that, but it seems like most of these things are just going to keep going up. Are there any other questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, sorry. Some more questions, and it's to do with overall with the capital program and whether the capital program will be spent by year end. And in particular, I'm looking at things like BIS, which is significantly underspent, and Moana Pool, for example. And there's obviously things in property. It's just where we think we're landing when we're behind at the moment.
Well, again, I think a regular question on, as we've unusually this year been behind the CapEx. The last 2 years we've been right on. In fact, if anything, slightly overheated. Now we're underheated, and so the specific questions are about Moana Pool, and as part of the PSG, the project steering group, the team are doing a really good job at doing this year's program for Moana Pool. But yes, I don't think we won't get to the point where we've spent the whole budget this year for a variety of reasons. As you'll be aware, CapEx projects sometimes run to plan. Archives yesterday probably a good example, and then others for whatever reason get delayed and held up for a whole load of different reasons. Your other question was specifically about, you said more? BIS. So BIS, the reality for us with our BIS, as we've talked a little bit about the new TMS services, that has had an impact with BIS. in the sense that it's taken a lot of resource for us to work through that agile process for that huge contract. But I think the other thing that is specific to BIS is that it relies on resources in other services. So I'll use an example where we're trying to improve our financial systems and processes, and we don't have enough finance people to actually take away from business as usual to actually focus on the SME aspect, the subject matter expert aspect of developing the CapEx. So we're stuck in that bind. So the answer, long-winded answer, Councillor, is that where will we end up at the end of the year? We won't be at 100%. Whether we'll be getting better at 60, I think we're, what are we, 69.2 year by the end of January. I know David Ward and Three Waters is working hard to think at how we can speed up some of that. But we are like a very large ocean liner, and if we slow down, getting a bit quicker, it takes us time to respond.
No, that's very helpful, and particularly, I mean, my BIS question is, I do know that the finance systems, there are issues with that, and so, yeah, so as, you know, I'm just trying to support the staff to have the tools that they need to do their job, yeah.
So we are, just to probably reassure you, we are having those conversations to see how we can realign resources so that we can actually speed up those things, because we're really aware that if we can get those issues sorted, it has all sorts of efficiencies and positive knock-on effects across the business.
Okay, so that's questions. Are there any speakers to the motion that you see on page 348 to note the financial performance report? No speakers? No, sorry. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I just want to briefly say is that in terms of the financial reporting, is that I really appreciate the work that the staff, the finance team in particular, do on the financial reporting, and I have real confidence in their financial reports, and I think that the reports that we get, and especially we're getting them every month, which I think is a big improvement, and yes, I have confidence in our finance team and in the work that they're delivering, and I just want to acknowledge that, so thank you.
Yep, I agree and can echo that. Having said that, I now get a monthly heart attack about our interest bills and our debt, as opposed to a quarterly attack, and I don't know which is better actually. But if there are no further speakers to the motion, then I move, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas, that the committee note the financial performance for the period ended 31st January 2025 and the financial position as at that date. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Moving on now to one of my favourite items, and calling Mr. Richard Davey to the chair. The Waipori Fund, which again we see looking kind of quite good at the moment, although there's a potential future cloud, Mr. Davey. Would that be a fair comment? Do you have any comments to make about this particular report?
Yes, thanks. Yeah, the fund had a good quarter over the December quarter and was up 4.06 million. January was also positive at 1.365. February went back by about 900,000, and it's probably gone back further since. As of the end of February, the value of the fund was 111 million, about 2.1 million above the inflation-adjusted capital base as of the end of February. But will have gone back a little bit since.
So we're still above, still head above water. And are there any questions regarding this nicely, clearly laid out report that we get to see quite often now? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. And I mean, you've answered part of my question, but I put a big tick that you had on your first page about the fact that we had a lower exposure to mega tech companies, and I'm sure you were feeling very relieved in the current situation. Probably at that time when you wrote that, you'd be thinking we missed a good opportunity, but now in hindsight, possibly not.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we see these kind of phenomena all the time. Like the same happened in the early 2000s when the Nasdaq came tumbling back after going up, many fold in the years prior. But yeah, the fund is conservatively managed and sticks to good conservative stocks which pay dividends largely.
that conservative management is something that does give us a slightly lower yield, but as you've just pointed out, bears the variations much more easily. Councillor Gary.
Mr. Davey, I know this is a retrospective looking back report, but given the daily changes on the world markets, and particularly the nature of the free fall in the United States towards a recession, as some are predicting, in that geopolitical context, any comments that you might have?
Yeah, things have been very, very volatile, and I suppose have gone backwards the last few days in a row. And I suppose they can easily reverse fairly quickly as well too. And I suppose it's a matter of really waiting to see what the result is at the end of the quarter, and then whether a distribution can be paid or not. But yeah, it's difficult to tell where things are going in the near term, but I'd almost expect some of this route to, maybe we're at the end of it, I don't know, but we'll wait and see. And I suppose there's positive news on Ukraine at the moment anyway, but I don't really have any thoughts about how that could pan out in the future.
Who would know? Thank you so much.
President Trump probably does. Okay, so we have a motion on page 376, a recommended motion. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Everyone seems to be entirely happy with your report, Mr. Davies. So thank you very, very much for that. Given that, I move that the committee notes the report for the Dunedin City Treasury Limited on the Waipori Fund for the quarter ended 31st December 2024. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. Nobody wants to speak to it, so I ask you all basically to say aye if you're in favour. And no one's against. I declare that motion carried. Number 11, Better Off Funding Update. Can I invite Carolyn Allen and Hayden McAuliffe to talk to this Better Off Funding report? Sorry, David Ward. Pardon me. Can I invite Mr. David Ward as well?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This report provides an update on what we've spent on the fund in this financial year for the 6-month period. So we're happy to take any questions.
If Councillor Barker has a question.
Councillor Vandervist asked me a little bit before about the new carbon assessments, and I think I misled him about what that means. Would you mind, Mr. Ward, please explaining what the new carbon assessments of Three Water and transport infrastructure means?
It's on page 385.
Yeah, I think we had some discussion about it when we were talking about where we kept the money in, but I just couldn't remember the details of what it meant, whether it was a carbon zero thing or whether it was about the new infrastructure.
I would need to double check, Councillor, provide you a more fulsome answer. But for now, I think this represents the carbon assessment of operational activities and capital activities. So what is for example, the embodied carbon in physical works? So it's I think that's what that was looking at. So in terms of when we're going about contemplating capital work, what would be the carbon cost of that work, and how do we assess that, and how do we make judgment calls?
Okay, my understanding is obviously a little bit confused about that. I just wanted to ask something with our upcoming budgets for 25-26, and there's some, it all looks quite confusing because it was quite hard to dig out where the Better Off funding was and went, etc., etc. So I just wanted to understand when we look at and I've gone down deep into the operational budgets, and I've also noticed on the financial reports that it talks about the better off funding being used for X or Y, and then in some of it says that rates money is going to be needed because the better off funding money has stopped. And do we have a list of those things where the better off funding has stopped and where it's going to have to be covered by rates? Because the concern is that better off funding was supposed to leave us better off not creating stuff and then having to put more money in. Do we have a list of that? It appears in the reports, but I don't have an overview / site of it.
I can certainly provide that, Councillor Barker. We can show you by activity what the changes are. Yep.
Right. I need to apologise for not having had enough time to really drill into, especially page 385, where I see the figures in front of me, but they, to me, raise more questions than answers. The new carbon assessment of three waters and transportation infrastructure. So the spent at 8's $138,000, which I thought was pretty eye-watering in itself, but the allocation was $800,000. I'm astounded that we could contemplate spending almost $1 million on assessing the carbon impact of three waters. Is that because we have to get very expensive consultants in? How do you manage to spend $800,000 assessing three waters carbon impacts? And could you not get this information from other cities that had done similar things?
I think I'll come back with a more fulsome answer to you, Mr. Chair. From memory, that one did require the purchase of equipment as well, to do some assessments of the carbon emissions, particularly from the wastewater treatment plants. I'll double check on that. But clearly the build-up has been determined and worked through with the Department of Internal Affairs, so I'm comfortable that is an appropriate allocation for that particular activity as it was described.
Okay. Looking at the next line, various infrastructure impact assessments. Are these also carbon impact assessments? In the next line down, because there's another $760,000 there.
Yeah. Again, it's probably easier if I come back to you and Council with a more fulsome explanation.
Okay, then there's the next line. Accelerated condition assessments of stormwater infrastructure. Now, condition assessments won't be carbon, I take it. This is just looking at how old the plant is and when it's going to need to be replaced. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so I understand what that is then. The next line down, accelerated condition assessments of lifelines and trunk infrastructure, $2.5 million. So this is just, again, assessing lifelines and trunk infrastructure. I'm wondering how it is that you get stormwater infrastructure having one budget and then lifelines and trunk infrastructure having another, and a massive budget at that, largely unspent admittedly, but these assessments, are they just a one-off, or is this something that's ongoing over the next 9 years or something?
Assessments by the very nature are always ongoing. This is to provide critical information to determine the point at which we renew or replace critical infrastructure. The nature of Three Waters assets is that they are live most, if not all of the time, so it's quite complex to be able to close off sections to inspect them, so it's not just the assessments, it's making the system available for inspection.
Okay, right.
As
so
you might imagine, a plane in the sky can't be serviced while it's in the sky. So
I understand. I'm still wondering at $2.5 million. The next line down we have lead and deliver accelerated enhanced growth. $1.3 million was budgeted, and a chunk of it spent. What is meant by lead and deliver and enhanced growth? It just seems very un-engineering type talk to come from an engineer.
So again, this is allowing us to facilitate growth across the region that is already provided for under the 2GP, so that of right areas can grow and develop, and making sure that we have the right infrastructure in time to accommodate that growth. So that's what we're talking about in terms of accelerated and enhanced growth. So there's things that we're required to do as of today. So there's not just the physical install, it's prioritising where that growth infrastructure needs to be put.
Okay, and then, but the next line also has a city growth team. Seems to be yet another budget line of yet another $1 million. I'm wondering why you wouldn't have put those together and given us a bit more detail about where this money's actually going. My real question is, have I missed previous detailed decisions where these sorts of figures are being spent on these kinds of operations? Because this is news to me, and it may be that I just haven't looked closely enough at previous tables.
We certainly have worked this through with council to arrive at this point, particularly when we were given your instruction to make sure that the funds were redirected to Three Waters activities. So there was certainly a fulsome debate at that time to arrive at where we are today.
And did that redirection make clear that there would be things like enhanced growth and city team growth amounting to more than $2 million?
Yes, they were always there. I think those items have largely, if not wholly, remained unchanged from the starting position.
Okay, look, thank you very much for bearing with me on that. There was another program on page 383. There's two question marks I have there at the bottom of the page. One is treaty partnerships of 408,000, and the other one climate action of 1.8 million. The 1.8 million, given that we voted against going for the high level of carbon emissions reductions, what's that 1.87 million actually for?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You'll see on page 386 there is table 5 there that shows you the how that program is broken down between climate action and South Dunedin Future. So the bulk of that spend is on work on South Dunedin Future's work program, and most of that spend has now, or most of that work has now been completed, the funding from BOF. There are a couple of paragraphs here that explain just in this reporting period what the money's been used for. There's paragraphs 21 and 22. And a lot of the redirected funds came from that first row, which was the climate action. So that was certainly dealt with. Our prior reporting on this, I think it was August last year, that we reported back to council on what the funding was being used for.
And is my understanding correct that most of that funding is actually salaries? Rather than pipes in the ground
Not in the
stuff?
South Dunedin Future, but I can provide that breakdown between what was staff and what was operational cost for the program.
Okay, and for the treaty partnerships, $408,000, what was most of that spent on?
So we'll come back with you on the detail of the prior period. We've only covered in this report the spending between July and December, obviously. So, but the spending prior to that we can provide to you.
Okay. Look, thank you very much for that, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
If I can help you, Mr. Chair, as I think it was the meeting that you were away from, the finance meeting that I chaired in your absence, that a lot of this information, I think, was the August meeting, and I think that's why you're thinking, where's this come from? So I think, if I'm correct, so maybe that's probably...
I might have to revisit some old papers.
And then just in light of that, my actual question is, so back last year when we did some reprioritisation, that we had to go to DIA to get that accepted, and also I think there was some money that we were yet to include in our budget and to get DIA to agree to. I'm just wondering to know that DIA has, signed off on our programme.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the agreement has been signed. Yes.
And through the chair, if I may say, thank you so much for your explanation. Not being prepared simply because I thought we were talking about where we are now and noting we had. So thank you so much for that explanation.
Right. Questions? Councillor Hurland, sorry.
Page 386, number 18, is that what the strategic treaty funding, was that what it was spent on? Is that the 45,000, or is that the whole 408,000? It looks like it says here, so during the reporting period, the Better Off funding contributed to a facilitated workshop on Te Treaty o Waitangi and activities to foster learning of Te Reo Māori across the DCC. The remaining Better Off funding allocated to completing work underway is due for completion in the next 4 months. So is that for the 45,000 that was spent on that? Is that the case?
Thank you, Councillor. The reporting period is from July to December, and we spent 2,640 in Table 4. Yes, and so the balance unspent is what the last sentence is referring to. Yes.
And that's from the 408,000?
Microphone, please.
Sorry. Is that from the 408,000?
Correct.
Right, so 363, so 363 has been spent, and that was spent on what's in 18, was it in 18? Cultural capability advisors, I assume, who ran the workshops. Is that the case?
Thank you, Councillor. That explanation is for that reporting period. So, as I indicated to the Chair, we'll provide you more information on what the earlier amounts were spent on. So they've been spent on those 2 programs of work, but as far as a breakdown of what that money was used for, we'll have to come back to you.
So where it says that BOF funding contributed to facilitated workshops.
Microphone, please. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, microphone. So that is the case, or that isn't? We're not sure what.
That is the case for the reporting period, the July to December.
Oh, right. So the only money that's been spent in that period is $2,000. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So does that mean? Oh, sorry, Matthew. Does that mean the 300? So there's only unspent is looks like 62,000 out of the 408, if I'm reading that correctly. So there's been total spent to date 345,689, and then we've got the 2,640. But so what? Just to clarify, total spent to date, and it's got 345,689. Is that how much has been spent on the things in number 18?
So it has been spent on more than 18, so certainly what's mentioned in paragraph 18 has come out of it, but all that we're referring to there is what we spent in the reporting period. So before July, the balance of those funds were spent.
We don't know what it was spent on. Is that what? I assume we know, but...
Yes, we know, but this report doesn't cover that. We've previously covered that. This report is the next report, which is just covering the 6-month period from July to December.
Okay, thank you. So the things in 18, how much did they cost then, just to clarify, because I'm a wee bit confused?
$2,640.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Barker.
Is all the information about the 3 waters, the Better Off funding available in the hub? I believe the information about the workshop in May, and then there was a workshop on the 7th of August and a report, and would that shine light on the questions that councillors are asking if they looked it up in the hub?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. They would all be, I can let you know the agenda. So we had a report to August last year, but then we've had since 2 further reports prior to signing the new updated agreement with DIA. So I can let you know what those relevant council meetings were.
That's questions. Do we have any speakers? I have to confess, I'm not really across this as comfortably as I'd like to be. Is there anyone here that would like to move the recommendation as it is on page 383?
I'm happy to move it.
Happy to move.
I think Chair would be happy to second.
Happy to second, so that's Councillor Barker moving, seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. So the motion is the committee notes the Better Off funding update for July-December 2024 report. All those in favour?
Oh, can I just quickly speak to it? Yeah.
Oh,
just quickly, because I see there's. I just want to speak to it because there's an amount of confusion that I think is shows the journey that we've been on about this long decision when we were offered our sweets from the government. We took them and we're like, cool, that'll go into water. And then unfortunately we found that perhaps it wasn't all quite into water. There were members of the public that helped alert us to that, and then some of the reporting alerted us to that as well. So it has been taken quite a lot of digging down in time, and then there's been some great staff workshops, as I said, in May and in August, and some reporting where we moved the money, I guess, back to water into some of those headings. And I guess some of the confusion is when we look at what the headings are, the new carbon assessments of 3 waters, and the definition of what that means is not in the report. Sometimes perhaps it might have been good to have an appendix with what that actually meant, because I was trying to explain it to you, Councillor Vandervis, and I was confused as well. However, I think we felt comfortable at the time that we had moved the money back to where it belonged, which was to make our water better off, and that is what we voted for. So it's good to see the report, confusing though we might be. And I did specifically ask the question about what I thought I noticed was that some of the Better Off funding was going to be in the 25-26 budget subsidised by rates, and I really want to dig that out, because the Better Off funding was supposed to leave us better off, not having to stick more money into things that had been set up. So I'll just leave that till we get that information. But I think we've learnt valuable lessons about being very careful of government money, and then being very, very clear about where we want it, and getting that reporting going as well.
Councillor O'Malley, and then Councillor Hurlan.
I'm really just going to look at point 5 in the item where it says the change of government has revised the allocation of BOF as shown in Table 1. That's true, but the fact of the matter was that this wasn't a change of how we had directed the staff to spend the Better Off funding. There was a council resolution that said that you would spend it on 3 waters, and it didn't. And it was members of the public that pointed out to us that in fact the council resolution itself had not been upheld. So yes, we are now aligning to the government's position, but that was already the council's position before the government had made that statement. And while this is written in such a way that it appears that now we're reallocating the Better Off funding because of external direction, it really was in fact that the funding was misdirected in the first place against the council resolution, and then it was spotted by the public, and then the council said, hang on, we've caught you misdirecting that spending and please direct it back. And now it's being directed back, which happens to be in line with the current government. I'm glad. I don't think that any of the staff who were sitting there today are to blame. So certainly not. No, I'm not doing a blame game here, and in fact I would definitely want to say that the redirect back to Three Waters has been well done, and I believe has met the objectives of what was originally in the original council resolution. But I do want to look at the wording and say we shouldn't be looking at this.
I'd just like to call a point of order. Now, I'm sorry to do this at this late hour, but I just want to note those words, and I'd call it disrespectful with the words that were used around "we caught you," redirecting those funds. Now, that to me just rings alarm bells.
Hang on.
Sounds
sorry. You're quoting 25.2 as a point of order, and
Yep.
is it misinformation?
I believe so. I believe it's misleading and disrespectful at the same time. It's quite a few, I think. I'm just concerned about the councillor possibly didn't mean to say it in that way, but the way it came across to me is that it said, the words were, we caught you, redirecting those funds. Now, the way that was said may not have been the way the councillor intended it, but when you repeat that and say it, it makes it sound sinister. And I think we've got to be very clear here. Nothing's been found to be sinister with this. I think it just, so I'm calling a point of order on it for that reason.
I would like to ask Councillor O'Malley if he would mind changing the word caught to corrected.
Sure. Corrected. Well, I mean, I think the fact of the matter was that once the resolution was passed, there was no oversight on where that money went, because but it was the belief that the money was going to go exclusively into Three Waters.
Okay,
and
but
members of the public identified.
Hang on, sorry, excuse me.
Trying to get the wording right.
You're happy to change the word caught to corrected in order to take the emotion
I'm
out
more
of
than
it?
happy to take the word caught out.
Okay,
yes.
that's fine.
I'll withdraw that too.
And Councillor Hurlin, you're happy with that? Okay, sorry, if we can start the clock again for Councillor O'Malley, thank you.
I was getting near the end anyway, but I effectively just wanted to point out that it's really a lot of burden on the council laws to have to follow up a resolution to make sure it's been actively followed through to the letter of that resolution. And if you look back at the resolution and you look at how the money was allocated, it is not consistent that it was followed directly. And there has not been an investigation into how that happened. It happened under the previous mayoralty, and so it's so far back, it'll be hard to identify who did what, but it is fairly clear to say that the original spending, as it was first allocated, was pretty inconsistent with what was the actual council resolution at the time, which would all be spent on Three Waters.
Right. I don't have a particular problem with that characterisation of it. The confusion that I currently bear, I think, is probably just one of the ripple effects of that rather unfortunate early decision by the previous council. I appreciate that we've all had a chance to put our points of view on that. Does anyone else wish to say anything further regarding item 11, the Better Off funding update? Oh, pardon me, Councillor Houlihan. Go for it.
Sorry, I thought maybe I didn't have my hand up, but I sure I did.
No, you did, and then I thought it was the point of order, so pardon me, please.
Oh, no,
speak
thank you
freely.
very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say on this paper, I think because reading it, I felt it was a wee bit confusing around how the treaty funding was spent and how all of it was spent, really. But my concern is that some people will read this and look and think that all that money for the strategic treaty has been spent on what's in point 18, and some people might feel that's I know that I think there'd be possibly some words, some issues raised if people thought that amount of money, i.e. $345,689 had been spent to run some workshops and learn Māori. I don't believe that's the case, so it might be good to have had that clarified in there. I just think it looks like that's what it's been spent on. That was my concern with that. Thank you.
I had a similar concern. For me, this report was a bit uncharacteristic in that, for me at least, there were a number of things that came up in it where I just didn't understand how those numbers could be so big or what they went into. Now, I accept that I probably haven't had the background that may have been in earlier reports that would have explained these things. If I did see them, they certainly weren't lodged with me. So I'm not going to be overly critical of the report, but given that I haven't been able to reconcile a lot of the stuff in this particular item, I will be voting to abstain from confirming it. But given that there are no other speakers, I'd now like to move ask people to vote on the motion that has been put forward by Councillor Barker and seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that we note the Better Off funding update December 24 report. All those in favour say aye. Against? An abstention from me. Thank you. So I declare that motion to be carried. We now come to the delightful end of this public part of the meeting. Items for consideration by the Chair. I don't think there's ever been any. I almost feel a bit miffed that nobody wants me to consider anything, but there we go. I'm now going to pass a resolution to exclude the public. I'm going to ask that move that the committee, pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, exclude the public from the following part of the meeting, of the proceedings of this meeting, namely C1, C2 and C3 on our papers. All those seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Those against? Carried. I suggest that we take 5 minutes for a comfort stop and come back. I'll make it a bit more. Make it 4:20 that we come back to do the non-public, which is in about 8 minutes' time.